So now we can start with the new chapter. What is that chapter name? Trust. In your institute study material, it is not a separate chapter. So we have in one chapter. What is the chapter name? Assessment of various entities. What is the chapter name? Assessment of various entities. In that, one of the entity is assessment of various entities. In that, one of the entity is nothing but now we are discussing the trust. So one more important entity is there in this chapter. What is that? My assessment of company. And assessment of individual also important. Assessment of whom? Individual. But individual including non-resident. This non-resident taxation also included here itself. Yes, sir. Now, and other entities also there. Like business trust, investment fund, securitization trust, all are also there. Others. So now we can concentrate on the trust chapter. Simply, hereafter we have to discuss the assessment of different entities. Assessment means what, ma? How to compute the total income of that various entities. In intermediate level, especially resident individual and HUF related total income, how you can compute, you know already. But here, especially non-resident, company, trust, others means business trust, investment fund, or all other entities related assessment we can discuss. But now our chapter exclusively related to trust. Shall we start? Now, easy chapter. Easy only. Why we can say easy? But there is an amendments also in this chapter for this attempt. Already included. Total amendments are already included here. We can discuss all the amendments also. So simply they are given the heading of this chapter as a trust. But you have to remember charitable or religious trust. There is no difference in the tax treatment related to either charitable trust also, religious trust also. Somehow you can know the difference between the religious trust and the charitable trust. So, but there is no difference in tax treatment for the religious trust as well as charitable trust. Okay. Sir, I want to do the charitable activities. Can I do without registration? No. So for getting the registration for the charitable as well as religious trust related, we have two regimes. How many regimes, ma? Two. One is in first regime, another one is in second regime. Sir, which one you can go? Anything also, no problem. Anything also, no problem. Yes, I will talk about the second regime first, ma. If especially trust wants to register, the trust wants to act in a charitable way or in a religious way also, they can go for registration under second regime. Ma. What are the sections are applicable for the trust? 11 to 13. In the sections only we can get registration and we can get exemptions also, and what are the books of accounts we are required to maintain, how to file the return of income. In section 11 to 12 you will get in complete details for the trust. Now sir, university, other educational institutions, medical institution, any other institutions for charitable trust, any institution for religious trust, there is no difference between trust or institution. If you are going for second regime, we can call it as a trust. If you are going for first regime, that can be called as an institution. That can be called as what, ma? Institution. Sir, educational institutions, universities, medical colleges or medical institution, any other institution for that what purpose? Charitable purpose, religious purpose, that can be registered with the which regime? First regime. And which section is applicable? Remember section number 10 subsection 23C. What is the section number? 10 subsection 23C. Now, I want to register institution. Which regime is suitable? First regime. You want to register trust, either religious or charitable. Which regime? Second regime. And in our entire chapter, we will discuss the second regime. The same provision as it is applicable for the first regime also. There is no change also. Here we are going to discuss the second regime related provisions. That provision same as it is, it will be applicable to the first regime also. Now, what is that amendment, sir? 1/10/2024. If it is not understood, please write it down properly. From 1/10/2024. Amendment date is what, ma? 1/10/2024. they are discontinued the first regime. They discontinued the what ma? First regime. Now if any institution also wants to register, that needs to go with the what ma? Second regime. Previously we have two regimes ma. First regime, second regime. In second regime mainly which will register the institution, and in second regime ma? Trust. In second regime we can use the word registration. In first regime we can use the word approval. Income tax authorities approval we need to get, but here we are using the word of what ma? Registration, one and the same. But in act they are using the, for institution they are using the word approval, for trust they are using the word registration. What is that amendment ma? Approval under first regime will discontinued. Trust also, institution also, if want to claim the exemption, they need to apply registration now under which regime ma? Second regime instead of what? First regime. This you can expect as an MCQ in June attempt, that is missed. Trust MCQ given, but different MCQ they are given. But amended area, what is that amendment? Previously, if institution want to register, yes sir, institution wants to register, which regime ma? First regime. Registration or approval ma? Approval. Sir, if you are calling it as a registration also, that is right only. Next, trust, especially charitable trust, charitable trust or religious trust will get registration under what ma? Second regime. Now which regime is discontinued on or after this date? First regime discontinued. Now how many types of trust are there? Yes, remember, public trust is there and private trust is there. I will tell you simple example of private trust. I created one trust only for the benefit of my family. Here beneficiaries are limited or unlimited ma? Limited. Yes, that is only private trust. I incorporated one charitable trust. Now who can get the benefit from the charitable trust? Public at large. That is only called as what ma? Public trust. In this chapter we are discussing the provisions relating to public trust. Section 11 to 13 is dealing with the public trust. Yes, we are going to discuss the same sections in this chapter. Now again, private trust can be classified into two. One is specific, another one is discretionary. Specific means nothing but what ma? Beneficiaries or shares of and the shares of beneficiaries are what ma? Specified. I created a trust. In that 50% my wife, 25% each to my two daughters. That is definitely who are beneficiaries I mentioned, and what is the share of that beneficiary also I mentioned. That's why that is called as a specific. Discretionary means simply what ma? Okay, who are beneficiaries and shares also I will not specify. In accordance with my wish only I can share the benefits of the trust to the beneficiaries. Yes, now in this chapter we are discussing which trust ma? Public trust. At the end of the chapter I will talk about the private trust also, but the same tax treatment we can given like an AOP or BOI. We can discuss at last of this chapter what is the tax treatment of the private trust, but total chapter related to what ma? Public trust. If I am using the institution or trust, anything also one and the same. Okay, now next page ma. Sir, here we have to refer the concept book also for some points ma, but at the end of the chapter we can refer. Now we can go with the handwritten notes, but at the end of the chapter we can refer the concept book also for 20 to 30 minutes discussions. Now meaning of charitable. Can you tell me, now we are discussing which regime? Second regime only, because it is only continuing. Which regime is discontinued? First regime. Yes, we are going to discuss the second regime. At the end of the chapter we are referring the concept book. The same provision is applicable for the first regime also. Whatever the provision we are discussing second regime, that same provision is applicable for the first regime. Now meaning of charitable. Now we are discussing which trust ma? Charitable trust. Charitable or what ma? Religious. What are the sections we are going to discuss ma? Any idea? Section 11 to 12. If they want to get the exemption, they are going to register, they are required to register by using which regime ma? Second regime. They are going to register, they need to take the registration under 13 right? What is the regime ma? Second regime. In this first topic I want to tell you What do you mean by the charitable? So in which section they define the charitable, ma? 2 subsection 15. If you are providing any activity of relief of poor, that means if you are giving any food and shelter, or if any facility to the providing relief for poor, that is called as what, ma? Charitable. Second one, if you are providing any education, and recently they are added, if you are providing yoga services also from your side, that is a charitable only. Next one, ma? Providing medical relief. And if you are doing any preservation of environment, sir, we can accept simply these two as a charitable only, ra. But hereafter you can't accept directly, but you need to accept because that is an included in the what, ma? Definition of charitable. If you are preserving any environment also, next, preservation of what, ma? Moments, places, artistic, for that historic interest. Sir, old Hindu temples are there. If you are preserving the temples also, that is also called as what, ma? Charitable. Because you are protecting the temples for providing that what, ma? Or promoting that what, ma? Historic interest. That is also called as charitable. Last one is important. Simply we can call it as a general pointer. If you are doing any activity for advancement of general public utility, meaning if you are conducted any activity for that usage of general public, that is also charitable. Yes, sir, in my locality, I provided the mineral water facility to the public, sir. That is a charitable activity only. Why? Because of that activity, yes, definitely that is useful for the what, ma? General public. Now, recently, by using the CBDT circular, we can call, if you are promoting any sports or game also, that is also charitable only. From this, you have in workbook nearly 6 questions. Listen carefully, every point is important only. If it is unimportant, simply I can say, you can read on your own. If you are ignored also, no impact will be created in exam. But these are important. Charitable means what are the things includes relief of poor, education, yoga, medical relief, preservation of environment, preservation of moments, places, artistic and historic interest. Last one is very important. On this specially we have 3 or 4 questions. Any activity for advancement of general public utility. So recently, what is the CBDT circular? Sports or game promotions also considered as a charitable. There is no definition in Act for religious. There is no definition for religious in our Act. Now, last point related, we have to talk one more point. Advancement of general public utility. For that purpose, if you are carried out any activity, now can you tell me that should not be a charitable? When? Yes, remember. Normally, if you are carried any activity for general public utility purpose, that is a charitable. But in these cases, we are not calling it as on what, ma? Charitable. What is that? Simple. If aggregate, example, we taken the what, ma? Providing the mineral water facility, right? Okay. So in India, in many localities, mineral water facility is provided at a free of cost or nominal amount they are charging. Nominal amount they are charging. That means we are doing business activity only simply. But that is useful for what, ma? General public utility. In such a case, please take total receipts. Yes, sir. Total receipts means nothing but what, ma? By way of doing the business, you are receiving how much amount, ma? 65 lakh. And you are receiving the donations, how much? 35 lakh. These two things only called as what, ma? Total receipts. Can you tell me? Business receipts plus donations. Definitely, I am providing it at least cost to the public. That's why I can accept the what, ma? Donations from the donors also. Now, total receipts, how much, ma? 100 lakh. Out of that, please calculate 20%, ma? How much? 20 lakh. In Act, they are given. Please calculate the 20% of total receipts. How much, ma? 20 lakh. If it is compared with the aggregate receipts from the business. What is that aggregate receipts from the business, ma? 65 lakh. Here, your business receipts is more than 20% of the total receipts. So 20% is nothing but we can call it as a substantial figure. More than 20% of total receipts, you are receiving in the form of what, ma? Business only. Then how we can call it as a charitable? Are you clear? If your business receipts itself more than 20% of total receipts. In this example, it is more or less ma? More. So that's why here your business only important for you, not charitable. So that's why in this case, we can't call this activity as what ma? Charitable. Many persons are simply, okay, if it is useful for public, we can always call it as charitable. No, no, no. One condition we have to check. What is the condition, ma? Aggregate business receipts, if exceeds the 20% of the total receipts, that cannot be called as what, ma? Charitable activity. Now, one more point. 2015-16, I taken registration also under section 12. Under section 12 means which regime, ma? Second regime or first regime? Second regime. Okay. Every year from 15-16 to as of now also, my business receipts is less than 20% of total receipts. That's why always charitable activity only, I can get exemptions also. But in this year only, business receipts is more than what, ma? 20% of total receipts. Students are thinking that we have to cancel the registration. No need to cancel the registration. Only for this year, exemption and charitable trust will not available. Yes, sir. In this case means what, ma? In any one of the year, business receipts are more than 20% of total receipts. No need to cancel what, registration. Sir, why they are saying this word? I will tell you. Trust registration procedure is very difficult. Sir, I want to get registration of trust. Can I get easily? No. There is a lot of procedure also. So that's why no need to cancel the registration for that year. But what we are required to do, ma? Exemption we can't provide. What is that exemption, ma? 11 exemption. For charitable trust, religious trust, exemption given in 11. Registration procedure given in 12. 13 I will tell you after some time. How many sections just we have in? 3. 11 is an exemption. 12 is an registration. 13 is an other provisions we can discuss after some time. Are you understood up to now? Shall we do questions? Yes, sir. Easy chapter, but you have to remember content because it is an entirely different word. You don't know up to now registration procedure, all the things also. If you are allow me, definitely I will say registration procedures also trust. That is in our syllabus, but not important. If you are allowing, definitely I will discuss that registration procedures also. Page number 4. 1. Super. Question number 3. Please open question number 3. Institution. Sir, in this question they are given institution. Whether we need to change any provision? No, same provision. Either they are given trust also, institution also, same. Now, having the main object of advancement of general public utility, they received 30 lakhs in aggregate during the previous year from activity in the nature of what, ma? Trade. Nothing but business receipts how much, ma? 30 lakh. Total receipts including donations how much, ma? 140 lakh. Yes, sir. Total receipts how much? In this business receipts how much, ma? 30 lakh, right? Donations, balancing figure 110 lakh. Now, easily you can calculate, ma? Business receipts 30 lakh and 20% of total receipts 140 lakh. Yes, sir. 140 lakh into 20%, ma? 20. Now, business receipts are exceeding the 20% of what, ma? Total receipts. Now, can you tell me this is called a charitable activity? Because your 20% of total receipts is 28 lakh. More than that, you are earning by using that what, ma? Business activity only. That's why it is not a charitable. Now, first question, they are asking, what would be the tax consequence of such receipt and application? Yes. Okay, one more point. They are that applied 85% of its total receipts for such activity. Applied means what, ma? Use. For trust, 15% of standard exemption is there. How much, ma? 15%. Whatever the receipts we have, out of that 15 is standard exemption for all trust. After removing the standard exemption, remaining how much amount will be there, ma? 85. That 85 also will exempt. If you are utilized for that trust purposes only, now I have an educational institution, 10 lakh donations I have. Out of the 10 lakh, 15% standard exemption. So how much balance is there, ma? 8,50,000. That 8,50,000, if I am utilizing for my objectives of the business, means nothing but what, ma? Providing educations to the students, etc. Within these trust purposes, if you use, that is also exempt. Here, they are also doing that what, ma? Same thing. They are utilizing for that such activity during the same year for its main object. What is the main object of this advancement of what, ma? General public utility. Now they are asking the what is the tax consequence and what is that application. Remember, first of all, for this year, it loses charitable activity status or not, ma? Yes. Why? Because it exceeds the business receipts exceeds the what, ma? 20% of the total receipts. Please check it out. Remember, main object of this institution, advancement of general public utility. Now, institution will lose its charitable status. Why? Because, yes sir, business receipts exceeds the 20% of the total receipts. For this year, it cannot be considered as a charitable. So that's why we can't get any exemption under section 11. Standard exemption is not available. 85% of amount if you utilize it also, you can't get any exemption. Remember, institution will lose its charitable status. Consequently, exemption is available or not available, ma? Not available. And remember, approval is not withdrawn. Means nothing but approval means what, ma? Registration will be continued only, but only registration will not cancel. Only which thing we cancel, ma? Exemption only we can cancel for this year. In general words, you can write, don't use this entire paragraph, etc. Simple you can write. And one more doubt I have. Now we are comparing the business receipts and 20% of total receipt. It is applicable for this last point only, not for all these points. For last point in the charitable definition only, we have to check the what, ma? Business receipts versus what, total receipts, not for all other points. Last limb of charitable activity definition contains the any activity of advancement of general public utility. For that last limb only we have to apply this point, not for other. These are all are directly what, ma? Charitable. If this needs to be called as a charitable, needs to satisfy this condition. Now, second question. They are changing the question. What will be your answer if total receipts had been 150 lakh instead of 140? Please check. Now, compare 150 into 20%. How much, ma? 30. Very intelligent person. Business receipts how much, ma? Your equal is there. Exceeds, it loses. Here what, ma? Equal. In exam, this is only will be most confusing point. Are you understood? Exceeds, then it loses the charitable status. But here, equal. Now, what is the point, ma? In this situation, definitely, we can be called as a charitable activity only, and the institution can claim the exemption fulfillment of all other conditions. If other conditions also satisfied, we can get the exemption under section 11. Are you clear? Last question. If that main objective of the trust up to now in the first two questions, they are given the what, ma? Advancement of general public utility. Advancement of general public utility. In third question, they are changing the objective of the trust. What is that, ma? Relief of poor. If the objective of the charitable trust or religious trust or institution is an relief of poor, no need to check the business receipts versus the 20% of total receipt. Only for the last limb we have to check. Now, what is that point? Clearly they are given. Please check it out. Restriction regarding carrying out of the trading activity. Consideration shall not apply if the main objective is what, ma? Relief of poor. This trade and total receipts related point is applicable for the any object, any activity conducted for the advancement of what, ma? General public utility. Now, what is that position, ma? We are called as charitable only, and we can get the exemption under section 11. Are you understood this question number 3? In your institute study material, trust related, you don't have even just one or two questions you have. Other than that, you don't have questions. But how we are framing these are all the question from ICAI material. At any time you can get this question as it is. Yes sir, 7 marks this type of questions you will get. Okay, openly I will say weightage of charitable trust. In every attempt they are given one MCQ only. But this is worth of 14 marks in CA final. Same discussion, CA final weightage 14 marks. At any time they can give. Don't ignore this chapter and easy only. If you listen perfectly, it is an easy. No need to practice entire things again and again in that before exam. Just you have to remember all the points given in handwritten and please do workbook. That's enough. Now, shall I go? Now I am starting the directly how trust can claim the exemption. Sir, registered trust or other than registered trust? Registered trust. Registration procedure 12. Exemption 11. Now I am talking about the 11 subsection 1. I will give you breaks also. Listen carefully. Okay. After 1.5 hour. Okay. Session started at 3 something 3. After 1.5 hour, I will give a break of 15 minutes. Again, I will continue. I will try to close. If any pen. Okay. If my energy exhausted and if your energy also exhausted, then we can close. Otherwise, we can continue. Munde yaadogandra. Na time work na chepparandi. And next, what is that exemption? Section 11. Okay. Now. Trust. Yes, sir. Here I am using the trust. Means what? Charitable, religious. And you can replace with the word of institution also. But in the at the chapter end, I will say, yes, in the word of trust, you can replace the institution. That is only first reason. Now. Okay. Trust is there. Trust received the corpus donation. What do you mean by the corpus donation? Huh? Okay. Example. Okay, this batch given a one gift to me, and gift means nothing but specific purpose. You are saying nothing but you are given one amount, and for the college purpose, please purchase any TV, etc. You are saying example. I don't want. That is nothing but what must specific donations. Remaining are called as what general. Sir, many persons in public they are given the donations with some purpose. Yes, please purchase the benches. Please purchase wall clock. Please purchase gate, etc. That is called as what corpus. Okay, just they are given the donation, whatever the purpose, yes, you can want. That is what general. And other incomes also there for the trust. Other incomes means example. So trust is there in public. They have an other incomes also. What are the other incomes examples? Business also. Trust can do business also. Capital gain income. Surplus funds are invested in the bank. They can get interest also. Any other income. Okay, now. Corpus donations, how much? 15 lakh. Corpus donations are straight away exempt under section 11 subsection 1. There is no requirement to satisfy the conditions. Okay. Corpus donations are directly what exempt. Okay, right? You given a donation to me 10,000. Sir, please construct a building. You given how much donation? 10,000. And you are asking the sir, please construct a building for the charitable trust. Will it be possible? Not possible. Then how can I construct the building? In near future, I can construct. So that's why this amount of corpus donations are exempt. If you utilize it or not utilize it, utilize it directly exempt. Not utilize it, but you can deposit in safe investment modes. Okay, just I will show you. After 2 or 3 pages, I am discussing about in page number 255, you have to deposit that corpus donations in an safe investment modes. You have to deposit that all that corpus donations in an safe investment means nothing but 5 modes are mentioned. In that 5 modes only you have to deposit that corpus donations. Sir, in your case, definitely I need to deposit in a safe investment modes only because I want more money for construction of a building. Clear? Now, corpus donations are straight away exempt. Yes. Okay, if utilized, okay. If not utilized, I need to deposit in safe investment modes. Now, other donations and other income, general donations and other income, how much? 100 lakh. Already I told. What is the standard exemption for the charitable or religious trust or institution? 15%. Then balance amount, how much is there? 85 lakh. If you are utilized this 85 lakh for your trust purposes. So now I am running an orphanage home. If you are giving any shelter for that orphans, or if you are giving the food or any other facility for that purpose, how much you utilize it? 60 lakh. That is also exempt. Applied means used. Applied means what ma? Used. Then you can get the exemption. How much exemption here? 60 lakh. Then how much amount is taxable? 25. That is only total income of an trust. That is only taxable. Now, at what rates they are required to pay tax? Ma? Okay, this is a total income 25 lakh. At what rates trust required to pay tax? Normal tax rates are 115 BSc because it is an AJP. If they opted the 115 BSc, 115 BSc rates, otherwise normal slabs. Now, what are that income shall be exempt from the tax? Ma? Corpus donations are exempt from the tax, but what is the subject to what ma? 11 subsection 5. In 11 subsection 5, what are the things mentioned ma? Safe investment modes. How many safe investment modes ma? 5. Next, okay, this is a different thing. Right? Now, standard exemption how much ma? 15%. Now many students are confusing. Right? Students are taking, sir, only donations amount only exempt. No. Donations with other income, whatever you have, out of that, how much amount is exempt ma? 15. Please underline gross income of. On gross income, please take 15%, that is exempt. Here also we are taken gross general donations, other income, totally 100 lakh. Out of that, we are taken the exemption. Now, after that, if any amount is applied for charitable or religious purpose, applied means what ma? Used. In India or outside India? In India. Now, our 80% of the chapter, now we have to discuss the applied point. Easily we can know corpus donation simply deposited in a safe investment mode, that is directly exempt. Yes sir, remaining amount, that is in general donations and other income related 15%, standard exemption. Out of that remaining 85, if you use it in India for charitable and religious purpose, that is exempt. Now, how it will be applied or what are the conditions, that only now we are going to discuss. For this purpose, I am discussing how many note points ma? Please check. 1, next page 2, yes sir, 3, 6, 8. If these 8 points are done, you can do any question in this chapter. Okay, just 2 minutes. How many regimes are there previously? 2. First regime for institutions, approval purposes. Second regime, trust, registration purposes. What is the date of amendment ma? 1/10/2024. They discontinued which regime? First regime. So now, yes sir, example, today date is nothing but 10th September 2025. Now institution wants to register. Sorry, institution wants to get an approval. Which regime they need to go? Second only. Because there is no first regime now. Yes sir, next one more point. How many sections we have to check with respect to second regime? 3. One is an 11. What is that? Exemption related content. 12 is an registration related. 13 other provisions and other conditions. Now, first point. How much income we have to apply? Here income means what ma? Gross income. This includes what ma? General donations as well as other income. Okay. We are not applying that 85% during the current previous year because of the following reasons. What are the following reasons ma? First one, A point. Whole or part of the income not received during the previous year. In your foundation or in your intermediate level, you have a non-trading accounts, NPO or non-trading organizations, etc. Maybe on that occasion you done problems relating to subscription outstanding, subscription advance. Do you remember? Simply, you given a name of your, you given just a donation. Given means nothing but I received also. But in some cases, just you are written a name, but you are not given any donation. Simply nothing but what already you paid the donation, it is a different treatment. You are not at all paid but due. So now, if that amount is received completely, I can utilize for my purposes. If that amount is not received till now, yes sir, then how can I apply that 85%? Example, yes sir, simply, how much? 100 lakh. Out of this, 15 lakh, sorry, not 15, but 20 lakh amount, donations in outstanding only. Simply, I am not at all receiving this 20 lakh worth of donations. How can I apply this 20 lakh? Apply means what? How can I use this 20 lakh amount for my purposes? That is only reason. Whole or part is not at all received during the previous year. Maybe our donors will give this amount in the next year, but they are given the name. They are given a promise also, but they are not given that amount. This is one reason. Second reason, year end, one donor came to the charitable trust, exactly 31st March, he given crores of donation. Can I apply within that night? No. So huge amount of donation received last days of the previous year. Because of these two reasons, definitely I can't apply the 85%. Why I am taking the 85? 15% anyhow exempt. How to apply? 85% of the gross income only. Here I am unable to apply because of these two reasons. Then what can I do? Simply I will ask with my assessing officer. What is it? Sir, our worst fellows are not given the amount, sir. So if they are given the amount in the next year, I will apply in the next year only. So, and one worst fellow given the donation at the end of the previous year, sir, we are unable to apply it. No problem. In the next year, we can apply. You have to ask the permission of whom? Evo. Simply. Example 24-25 donations are outstanding. SSC needs to give the declaration to assessing officer. Income shall be applied in the year of receipt. Can you tell me if this is an outstanding? If donations are outstanding, I can apply in the year of receipt. So after 2 years they are given, in that year of receipt I will apply. Now, in case of bumper donations means huge amount of donations if I am receiving, I will apply in that next year only. Yes, this type of confirmation you are required to given to whom? AVO. Now AVO will give the exemption. Actually you are not applied during that 24-25, but if you are begging with the AVO can given permission. No problem, sir. Even though you are not applied also, please treat it as an applied. Deemed to treat as an applied. Sir, if it is deemed to be treated as an applied in the current previous year itself, we can get the exemption under section 11. Are you understood this point, ma? Now, while doing the sums in the trust, application includes deemed application. Yes, sir. Applied includes deemed to be treated as applied. In which cases we can treat as an applied, First case. What is the first case, Amount of donations are not received. Second one, huge amount of donations are received at the end of the year. Because of these two reasons, we are unable to apply during the current previous year. Now you are making an application to the AVO. Sir, immediately next year or in the year of receipt of the donations, we can apply this amount for my charitable purposes. Now you, with the AVO's approval, now you can treat that as an deemed to be applied. Okay, simply. In 26-27 you received. In next year means nothing but 25-26 you are required to be applied. What are the years, 26-27 you received, you are required to be applied in that year only. But in case of bumper donations, immediately next year you are required to apply. But definitely SSA is a lazy person. At the time of getting the deduction, he is begging with the AVO. In the next year or in the year of receipt, if you are not applied the donation, already you taken deduction in the or exemption in which year, 24-25. But in next year or in the year of receipt, you have to satisfy the conditions of application. If you are not applied in the year of receipt or immediately next year, what we are required to do? Whatever that amount you are getting earlier exemption, now that is a taxable at a special tax rate 30% under section 115 BBI. Special tax rate in trust chapter. Earlier year, you are getting an exemption by way of giving the one fake promise. But you fulfill that promise or not fulfilled? Not fulfilled. So that's why whatever that exemption in this year you got, that is now taxable at the rate of 30% under section 115 BBI. Are you understood the first point? Yes, now. Second. One registered trust. Example A we can take. What is that exemption procedure for this trust? Standard exemption. If they are applied for their own purposes, remaining 85 also exempt. But they are given the donation to the another registered trust B. Who is a donor? A. Who is a donor? B. Which type of donation they are given? General. What do you mean by the general donation? Simply we are given the donation. Yes, trust B can use that amount for the desired purposes. We don't want to put any condition for the purpose of usage of these donations now. Can you tell me? If we utilize it for our own purposes, we can get what ma? Exemption. Now we are not using for our own purposes ma. We are giving it as a donation to the other registered trust. Both are should be registered ra. What is that point ra? This is also treated as application to that extent of what ma? 85% of the donation. Why 85%? Suppose if I am given the 10 lakh ma, now I am taken as an application how much ma? 8.5 lakh only. Why ra? Is there any logic? Previously there is no such point ra. 100% is treated as application. That is a loophole. I will tell you. Simple ra. How much amount you given ra? 10 lakh. Okay, this 10 lakh is an general donation to whom ma? Registered trust. Okay, there is no other income ra. Only this 10 lakh is an income. What is the standard exemption ma? 15%. 1.5 lakh is straight away. Remaining 8.5 lakh, if they are utilized for their objectives, then only it will be exempt. That means at a free of cost, how much exemption we are giving to the trust? 1.5. That's why now we are giving only 85% of the 10 lakh only. That is an 8.5 lakh only we are treating as an application. Simply, how much effectively they are applied our 10 lakh ma? 8.5 only. If they are applied, they will get the exemption. Now, how much effectively they are going to apply for claiming the exemption? 8.5. That's why we are also giving the 8.5 lakh application. So this is only the points are very important. Remember, if one registered trust giving the donation to another registered trust in the form of general donation, yes, it is treated as applied or not ma? Yes. So why we are treating it as an applied? No problem. You are not using for your trust purposes, but indirectly another trust is using. That's why they are given the how much amount of donation as an deduct applied 8.5. Now, in exam, they are given registered trust C is there and another registered trust D is there. We are given the donation, but the donation is in the form of what ma? Corpus. Suppose 10 lakh we are given in the hands of this registered trust. It is what ma? Corpus donation. It is exempt or taxable directly? Exempt. That's why you can give no problem, but we are not treating as an what ma? Apply. Yes, sir. One registered trust can give the donation to another registered trust, no problem. But if it is given as a general donation, yes, how much we are expending ma? 10 lakh. Can we treat the 10 lakh as an applied? No. 85% of the 10 lakh only we can treat as applied. Reason, anyhow, it is a general donation to the trust B. How much effectively they will use for getting that exemption? 8.5 lakh. That's why we are also taking the 8.5. Sir, if you are given the donation in the form of corpus, what is the treatment in the hands of trust D? Exempt directly. So now they are not effectively using this 10 lakh. Without using also they are getting exemption. That's why we are not giving it as an what ma? Apply. Many students are thinking registered trust cannot give the donation to that another registered trust. There is no such a condition. You can give it as an corpus also. You can give it as an what ma? General also. But from your point of view, yes, from your tax saving point of view, which donation is better for you? General donation is better, because at least 85% of the general donation you can take it as what? Apply. If you are giving it as an corpus, you can't take it as what? Apply. So one example I given in the next page, please take. One example I given in the next page, now you can get understanding of this point. Trust A income how much ma? 1 lakh. Out of this 1 lakh, income means what? General donations and other income. All together gross income is 1 lakh. How much exempt standard? How much ma? 15 lakh. Sorry, 15%, that is 15,000. Now 85% is given as a donation to the other trust. It is permissible or not permissible? Permissible only. Now, what is the treatment ma? 1 lakh. We are not receiving any income from the other trust ma. We are only giving. We are not receiving. Trust A is giving the donation to the trust B. Now what is a total? 1 lakh. Standard how much? 15,000. Applied means many students are taking 85,000 is applied. No. How much ma? 85,000 into 85%. How much ma? 72,250. How we calculated this also I given. Why? Please remember, Why we are restricting with the 85%? They received how much, ma? 85,000. Out of that 85,000, how much standard exemption, ma? 15%. Remaining, ma? 85. This 85%. How can I get the exemption, ma? If I am utilizing. That means trust B, how much amount can utilize for getting this total amount exemption, ma? 72,250. That means effectively our donated money, how much is utilized for that objectives, ma? 72,250. That's why you are getting that exemption. You are also getting the same amount. Next, in B point of view, trust B also passing the same thing to that what, ma? Another trust. Yes, sir. We are not earning anything, but who given that amount to me? Trust A. How much? 85,000. We are not earning any amount. Who are given that 85,000 also? Trust A given the 85,000. Can you tell me what is the total? 85. Standard exemption 12,750. Now we are utilized how much amount? 72,750 we utilized to give the donation to the another. Can I get 100% of the application? 100% of this amount as an applied or 85? 85. Why? Trust C also can have a chance to apply the same amount. So simply the department intention, whatever that amount you have 85 in your hands, 85%, that you are required to be applied for the public. If you are unable to apply, you can give it to the other also. But others can apply how much, ma? 85 only. That's why 85% of that donation only we can get. So finally, what is that income taxable also? You can see finally why here 0, ra? Yes, sir. C simply how much, sir? So C received how much, ma? 72,250. 15% standard. Remaining is not giving the donation, ma? They are only applied for their purposes. That's why entire amount they can take it as what, ra? Exemption. So previously there is no 85% of the donation only application. Previously we can take, if I am given the 10 lakh donation to the you, yes, both are registered trust, I can take 10 lakhs as an exemption. That is a loophole. So now that is rectified by using this amendment. What is that amendment, ma? A registered trust can give the donation to another registered trust, but if any general donation is given, 85% of the general donation only treated as applied in the hands of donor. If that is an corpus, not treated as what, application. Now next point. In PCBP you have these points, but I will tell you easy points only. How much amount of cash expenditures we can incur? 10,000. If any payment is more than 10,000 in the form of what, mark? Cash, that is not treated as applied. Twist is there. Sorry, in trust, yes, ma'am, please check it out. In case of trust, so definitely employees are there. For employees, we are paying the salary in the form of cash, 15,000 amount. Salary paid by the trust to employee, how much amount, ma? 15,000. That is more than 10,000. Now we are incurring in the form of cash. That amount we can't count it as an applied. Yes, I am using for the trust purposes only, but you are not following the cash restrictions point. In PCBP, yes, this is in section 40A subsection 3 and section 40A subsection 3A. If you want to incur more than 10,000 expenditure, you should incur other than cash. That means what, my account to pay a check. Remember, ma? Account to pay a check, account to pay a demand draft, electronic clearing system, any other electronic mode only you have to follow. But if you followed in the, if you have followed the cash mode, that is not treated as applied. In PCBP, simply we are using the word as an what, ma? Disallow. While computing the PCBP, that you cannot be considered as an expenditure. Clear? Now, next. Do you know this section? 40 subsection A. Aritra. Camera kadle. Now, section 40 subsection A, class what, ma? 1A. Simply, if any payment made to the residents, if TDS required to be deducted, you have to deduct the what, ma? TDS, and after deduction you are required to pay that amount to the government. If any amount paid or payable to that what ma? Resident. TDS you are required to deduct it ma. If you are not deducted or if you are not paid to that central government, then how much expenditure is disallowed in PCBP ma? 30% of that payment. Here simply 30% of that expenditure is not considered as what ma? Applied. Example, I am making the interest payment to others, resident only. Why we are considering only resident? This amount should be applied in India, not in outside India. This amount should be applied in where? India, not in outside India. So that's why, okay, while I am making the payment of interest to the one person in India, I required to deduct the TDS. How much I paid? 1 lakh. I required to deduct the TDS. TDS not deducted, or deducted also not paid to the central government within the return of income due date. Within the what ma? Return of income due date. Now what is that consequence ma? Out of 1 lakh, 30% is not treated as applied. That means 30% means 30,000 is not treated as applied. Only how much will be treated as applied ma? 70,000. How much ma? 70,000. Just yes sir, I am given some examples. I am highlighting with the yellow color. Please check ma. What is that year of payment ma? 24-25. TDS required to do. Yes sir. Already TDS deducted. But what is that last date for the payment ma? Return of income due date 31st 10. Okay, during this year if you are required to deduct any TDS, TDS also deducted. But that amount required to pay to the central government on or before due date means my trust related due date, mostly for trust tax audit will be there. So that's why I am taking the 31st 10 of an assessment year. Yes, now actually we deposited on which date? 31st December. That means before this date we deposited or after ma? After. Can you tell me? Now condition satisfied or not satisfied? Not satisfied. TDS deducted properly, but not paid to the central government within the return of income due date. So that's why now we are disallowing the how much amount ma? 30%, and we are not considered the application of how much amount ma? 30%. In which year ma? 24-25. But there is a provision in the year of actual payment. What is that year of actual payment ma? 25-26. That is considered as an applied. So during this year, conditions are not satisfied. That's why we are not considering the 30,000 as an applied. But in the year of payment, that is in which year ma? 25-26. That is what applied. How much ma? 30,000. How much you are not treated as applied? So not treated as what ma? Applied. In the year of payment, that is only treated as what ma? Applied. That is only ma? Same amount would be treated as applied in the year of actual payment to the central government. In which year we are actually paying ma? Please check the year for this date ma? 25-26. What is that ma? 25-26. Again I will tell you one more example for your understanding. Just check it out this. Yes ma'am. Sir, company is there, KLM Limited, any example? They are making the payment to the resident. Yes sir, 10 lakh payment ma. Yes sir, one condition ma. They are required to satisfy the how many conditions ma? 2 conditions. What are the 2 conditions ma? First one, TDS required to be deducted during the previous year 24-25. In which year we are making the payment ma? 24-25. In that year only we are required to deduct the TDS. TDS is deducted. Now after deduction, what we are required to do ma? One more condition, and yes sir, deposit with central government. Yes sir, on or before what date? Due date కాదు, due date చెప్పు company due date అంట 31st 10 of an what ma? Assessment year. Deduction done during the previous year only. But after the deduction we can pay up to this due date. But actually actual deposit done on 30th 11/2025. On what date? 30th 11. Before this date or after? So that's why condition not satisfied. During this previous year 24-25, what we can say ma? 30% of that expenditure is disallowed. In PCBP, we are using the word as what, ma? Disallowed. In trust chapter, we can use the word, ma? 30% of 10 lakh. Yes, sir. Treated as applied or not treated as applied, ma? Not treated as applied. Not treated as applied. Now, in next year, 25-26, why I am taking the next year? Because in this year only you paid, previous year 25-26. Sir, ultimately you want to deposit with the central government. You are unable to deposit within this due date. So that's why they are disallowed or not treated as applied. But you deposited or not at all deposited? Deposited in a later date. So that's why that later date related to which year, ma? 25-26. Now, in the 25-26, here whatever that amount is disallowed, now we can allow that amount. What is that? 3 lakh is what, ma? Allowed. In the year of actual payment, what is that name, ma? In the year of actual payment, what is that year of actual payment, ma? 25-26. Here also same, 3 lakhs is treated as applied in the year of what, ma? Payment. In the year of what, payment. Sir, I am combining the entire PCBP provision with the trust, the same provision. Yes, if you are making any payment to the resident, pay are required to satisfy the two conditions. The first one, TDS required to be deducted during the previous year. On that, after that amount required to pay on or before the due date. You paid or not paid, not paid. That's why disallowed or not treated as applied. In the year of actual payment, that is treated as allowed and treated as applied also. That is only we discussed as of now. Next point. How many note points are done, ma? 3 only. First one, deemed to be treated as applied. Second one registered trust to another registered trust. Third one, cash payments as well as TDS restriction. Fourth point. నాకు గుర్తుంది ఫోర్త్ పాయింట్ అయిన తర్వాత బ్రేక్ ఇస్తాను చూడండి. ట్రస్ట్ హ్యావింగ్ టెంపుల్, masjid, church, gurudwar. The trust is called as what, ma? Religious or charitable? Religious. They are received any donation. Okay. A more donation can be received for religious trust only. Example, TTD. For religious trust only in India, we can receive the donation. Not only Hindu religious, any other also. Nizam ra? Next. Wait. They are receiving any donation for what purpose, ma? Repairs and renovation of such premises. Specific purpose donation or general, ra? Specific. Now, this can be treated as an corpus donations. So now, corpus donation means what is the tax treatment, ma? Exempt or taxable? Pakka? No. If these conditions are satisfied, exempt. First one, ma, that should be utilized for renovation and repairs purpose only, and that should not be donated to any other person, and that should be deposited in where the safe investment modes. In which year we received the donations, 24-25 in this example. Yes, sir. Now, can I do this repairs and renovation immediately with the help of your 10,000 rupees? No. So definitely we need a lot of amount. That's why we can deposit in and where the safe investment modes. Now, if any one of the conditions are violated in future, what is that future year? 26-27 example. So what is that condition violated? You are withdrawn from the safe investment modes and you are donated to any other person and you are using for the any purpose other than repairs and renovation. Now what is the treatment, ma? Already we got exemption. Already we taken that amount as an exemption in the 24-25. In the year of violation of that condition, that amount is taxable at the rate of 30% under section 115 BBI. Sir, if any trustor having that religious premises, if they are receiving any donation for the purpose of repairs, renovation, that is treated as corpus only, and if following conditions are satisfied, they can get exemption in the year of receipt of donation only. What are the conditions, ma? Should be utilized for that purpose, and that cannot be given as a donation to others, and it should be deposited in what, ma? Safe investment modes. In later years, if the conditions are violated, whatever that exemption we taken earlier, now that is taxable at normal tax rate or special, ma? Special tax rate at the rate of 30%. Fifth point. Corpus donations are always exempt, ma. No need to utilize the amount from the corpus donations. Simply, if you deposited that corpus donations in an safe investment modes, you will get exemption. Applied means from which amount we have to apply, ma? Of gross income. That means general donations, other income, if anything is there, out of that 15 is standard exemption, remaining amount only we have to apply. Many students are asking that, or many SSEs also asking the, yes, we want to utilize the corpus donation for our trust purposes. Shall we get exemption? No. You have to utilize which amount for getting the exemption, ma? Which amount you have to utilize, the corpus or gross income, ra? Gross income. Out of that 15 always exempt, the remaining whatever is there. From this you have to utilize. If you are utilizing from the corpus, shall we get exemption? No. That is only clearly given it as a note point. Any amount applied out of corpus, that shall not be treated as what, ma? Apply. Next, last point. Last. Before break, last only. I will give you half an hour break. After that, I will take 1.5 hour session again. Then we can close this. Okay, if chapter is done, okay. Otherwise, no problem. Remaining, we can do in the next session. No problem. Charitable trust is applied the loan. They got loan of 1 crore amount. How much amount of loan they got, ma? 1 crore. That 1 crore loan they are utilized for construction of building. Definitely, ma. Trusts also can go for the loans from the banks and financial institution. Yes, they are getting the 1 crore loan and they utilize it for trust purposes or outside trust purposes, ma? Trust purposes. But we are not treating that amount as applied. Why? If you want to call it as an applied, you should utilize the 85% of the gross income. But you are using which amount, ma? Loan amount. That's why it is not treated as applied. Okay. Now, in next year, 85% of gross income is there for the trust, ma? From that amount, we are repaying the loan, ra. We are repaying the what, ma? Loan. Now, in this year, we can treat that as an what, ra? Applied. So logic is simple, ra. Here we are using the 85% of the gross income. But why we are using this 85% ma? Repayment of loan. But loan utilized for already what, ma? Charitable purposes. That's why it can be treated as applied in the year of repayment of loan. In the year of taking the loan, in the year of using the loan, that is not treated as applied. When it is treated as applied, ma? When you are repaying the loan. Yes, sir. Please take a break for half an hour. At 5 we can start and 6:30 till I will take definitely. Yes. So I'm not disconnecting the live. So last point we discussed about the, if any loan amount utilized for the trust purposes, that is not treated as applied. But if loan amount is repaid out of the 85% of the gross income, now we can treat that amount as an what applied. Please remember, however such loan is repaid from 85% of income of the trust, then the repayment is treated as what application. Next point. Sir, here one note point I given, very important. Repayment of loans shall be made within a period of how many years, 5 years from the end of the previous year in which such application was made from the loan. So now, example, we are used that loan in the previous year 24-25. Can you tell me end of the year in which loan amount used 31st March 2025. From this date within how many years, 5 years. If you repaid this loan amount within these 5 years, then only we can treat that repayment of that loan as on what applied. We'll discuss one question also from this. Please remember, this note point will give you 5 marks question. Remember, repayment of loan within what period we have to do? 5 years from the end of the previous year in which application made from the what loan. Please open the workbook. We can discuss the question number 5 in page number 184. Page number 184. Okay. Read this question, MSO Foundation registered charitable institution, a setup on which date 1/4/2023, that is engaged in the providing education in hotel management. So this organization acquires a building in which year, previous year 24-25. Using the same building for that holding the classes and office activities, it approached you for that for opinion its eligibility to claim the cost of building and also depreciation thereon current year and what subsequent year. So now they are asking the one more question, but we can discuss first this, then after we can read the another point of the question. What is that point? Shall we take this cost of the building, whatever the building is acquired in this year, that is treated as what applied only. We are not talking any about the loan right now. They are purchased this building out of the what 85%. 15% is directly what exempt, and remaining 85% of income is exempt if applied for what purpose, charitable purpose. In this case, application of that 85% may be for revenue also okay or capital also okay. There is no differentiation of revenue expenditure, capital expenditure. Now we are using for that what capital expenditure. In this case, we are acquired the building, that is capital or revenue, capital. Next one more. Now what is that answer, It is treated as application. Now cost of building is claimed as what application. In future we can't give any depreciation as a deduction. Why? 100% we are taking as an application. Whatever that cost of building is there, that we are claiming as an what application. So that's why no other deduction for depreciation is given as what application for this year or what any other year. That is only first question as of now. In this question we understanding one thing, 85% amount we applied. That applied purpose may be capital also, revenue also, but in this question capital. Next, sir, how we know this is used for charitable or sorry, that organization purpose means they are in the education, they are purchasing building also for the office and classes purpose, they purchased the building. That's why building amount is treated as applied. Yes, once it is treated as applied, in this year or in next year we can't get any depreciation because 100% we are getting exemption of the building cost. Now what is the next question they are given? Would your answer change if building has been acquired out of the loan taken in which year? Previous year 24-25. Previous year what 24-25. Now can I take it as an applied? No. loan amount is utilized for building purchase. We can't treat it as an applied. When it is treated as applied, ma? In the year of repayment of the loan from 85% of amount. But remember, here loan is repaid in installments over the period of how many years, ma? 7 years. But our provision saying that in which year we applied, ma? 24-25. From the year end 31st March 2025, within how many years we should repay? 5 years. Can you tell me that is 31st March 2020? Sorry, 30. 31st March 2030. They are clearly saying in the act within 5 years you should do the repayment of the loan you are using for the charitable purposes. No. But here after how many years we paid? Ma? No, after not 7 years, ma. Every year we are paid, but loan should be cleared in how many years? 7 years. So okay, 7 years means 31st March 2032. Yes, now what is that answer? We can read repayment of the loan. So first, if building acquired out of the loan taken from bank, cost of building cannot be treated as what, ma? Application. So loan amount we use it for acquiring the building, that is not treated as application, but repayment of loan is treated as application. In the year of what, ma? Repayment. In the year of repayment. To that extent of the end of the previous year in which building acquired. Can you tell me repayment done? Why this date 31st March 2030, ma? 5 years. Why 5 years? In this act clearly they are saying repayment is done after using the loan from the year end within 5 years. Suppose up to we paid 30 lakhs, ma? This 30 lakhs only we can treat as an applied. Now would be treated as application in respect 2 years of payment. Respect 2 years means what, ma? So year 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Every year we are making the some amount of payment. So that is only given. Loan is repaid in installment over the period of 7 years means every year we are paying the installments. But how many installments we can take it as an applied, ma? 5 only, because this only within the 5 years time. Then what about 6 and 7? We can't treat that as a repayment made after this date cannot be treated as what, ma? Application. So this is only answer for the question number 5. So this type of questions they can give it for the 7 marks in your attempt. Okay, if they are given, okay, if they are given it as an MCQ also, please remember how many years from the end of the year loan used. 5 years. Now next, 7th point. Such again I am repeating this point for the clarity purposes only. Loan taken year, okay, we are utilizing for charitable purpose. In that year we can't treat it as an applied. In which year we can treat it as applied, ma? Repayment starts here. Repayment can be done in 7 years also, 10 years also, but loan used year ending within how many years only we can treat it as applied? 5 years. So now previous year 24-25, how much amount of income we have? Gross income 100 lakh. Gross income means general donations plus other income. Standard exemption please remove, 85. Yes, we applied actually 100 lakh out of our own pocket or our resource amount. How much we applied, ma? 100. But in this year, how much amount of deduction or exemption we can take, ma? 85 only. Now total income of the trust will be treated as nil. How much excess amount we applied during this year, ma? 15 lakh. Can I carry forward and set off in the next year? No. If any excess application is done from your pocket, that cannot be allowed to set off and carry forward in the next years. Same point we discussed in chapter 6 also. Excess chapter 6 deductions we are not allowed to set off and carry forward. The same way, if any excess application is done, maybe you can ask, sir, we have an 85 lakh amount only. No, we have an 100 lakh amount in our hand. This is an exempt only, but what is that cash in our hand? 100 lakh. We can utilize 100 also. But what is that excess amount we utilize it in this year, ma? 15. Can I get this carry forward benefit? No. Next, last point. Not for today's session, right? In this note points for applied, last point. ABC trust is following accrual method of accounting. What do you mean by the accrual, ma? If any obligation arises, we can account it. Right to receive, obligation to pay. No. They purchased AC on what date? 28/3/2025 for 20 lakh. Which year, ma? 24-25. Payment to vendor is made on this date. Yes, sir. But in our books of accounts, when we can made an entry, 24-25 only we can write an entry, because we have an obligation to pay in each year 24-25. On this date we have an obligation, but actually we paid on which date? 16/7/2025. How much amount? 20 lakh. That is falls in the next year. In which year we can treat it as an application, ma? When cash actually outflown from you, that is only we can treat it as what, ma? Applied. In which year this can be treated as applied, ma? 25-26, because we paid the money to the vendor on 25-26. Remember, amount considered as an applied, only amount is an actually paid. Even though trust following the accrual method of accounting also, but we can treat that amount as an applied only when it isn't paid by the charitable trust. Sir, if trust is following cash, there is no issue. On cash basis only we can recognize, we can treat it as an applied also. On what basis, mark? Cash basis. So these 8 points are very important. While you are revising trust chapter also, you have to revise these 8 points thoroughly. Clear? Now, as of now, we discussed the standard exemption. And next one, ma, 85% of the gross income, if applied for charitable and religious purposes in India, that is exempt. But in note point we discussed that if not applied also, in 2 cases we can treat it as an deemed to be applied and we can get exemption. You know that point, sir? For which reasons we are unable to apply during the previous year? 2 reasons. The first one, we are not receiving the donations. Second one, huge amount of donations we are received at the end of the year. Now, 11 subsection 1 only we discussed as of now. In that only corpus donations exempt, standard exemption, applied amount, deemed to be applied amount also exempt. Applied amount on cash basis or on accrual basis, ma? Cash basis. If any loan amount taken, loan amount utilized for charitable purposes, can I take it as applied? No. But in which year we can take it as applied, ma? Loan repayment year out of 85% of the amount. How many years, sir? 5 years from the end of the year loan utilized. Now, I am starting the 11 subsection 2. Another exemption, ma? 11 subsection 2. As of now, we discussed about the applied amount only exempt. Now, set aside amount for future purposes, that is also now you can take it as exempt. Yes, sir. I have an 85 lakhs amount. Out of 100, 15 is standard exemption. 85 now in my hands. But I want to construct the building within next 3 years. That's why I am set aside this amount for one specific purpose. Yes, I am not utilizing 85 lakh now. But I am set aside for what purpose, ma? Construction of building purpose. Yes, that means if any amount is accumulated or set aside for what purpose, ma? Specific purpose. Can I get the exemption? Yes, exemption under which section, ma? 11 subsection 2. 11 subsection 2. Now, what are the conditions, ma? If you want to claim the 11 subsection 2 exemption, first one, SSC send a statement to the assessing officer for what purpose we are doing asset aside. For what purpose we are doing asset aside? For what period? Remember, purpose in our example, building construction. Period, I used 3 years. Normally, I used how many years in our example? 3 years, because maximum you can asset aside for how many years? 5 years only. Sir, I want to construct the building in 10 years. Can I asset aside that amount for 10 years? No. They will not at all allow for the 10 years. Only they can allow maximum 5 years. And okay, your asset aside means you have to deposit that amount in that which modes, ma? Safe investment modes mentioned under 11 subsection 5. How many modes are mentioned in 11 subsection 5? 5. And you should not give this amount as a donation to any person, either registered also, unregistered also. If you are asset aside for specific purpose means, please deposit in safe investment modes. Don't use that money for your purposes also, for any other purposes also. Now, exemption under 11 subsection 2 not available. What is the 11 subsection 2 exemption, ma? Asset aside for future purposes. If statement made to that AO is not within the due date, that means condition is nothing but what, ma? The statement should be filed to that AO on or before due date under section what, ma? 139 subsection 1. Second one, return of income also required to submit the what, ma? On or before the due date. If you are not filed the return of income within the due date, if you are not filed the statement within the due date, they are not given the 11 subsection 2 exemption. Important point. Statement also, sir, why? I remember, statement filed, then only you can take the asset aside amount as an exemption. Along with the statement, and you have to file the return also within that what part due date, then only they will give the 11 subsection 2 deduction for you. Sorry, not deduction, the exemption. Now you understood the applied amount is also exempt. Applied amount is also exempt. Next one, ma, asset aside for the specified purpose is also exempt. Next, third point. 11 subsection 3, please read. ఎక్కడ స్విచ్ ఉంటుంది కాసేపు ఆగేయాలా రేపా ఆన్ చేయాలా అరే ఇంకొక 5 minutes అయితే ఆపేసేవంటారా క్లాస్ ఏంట్రా నో లిసన్ రా వాట్ ఎవర్ దట్ ఎగ్జంప్షన్ యూ కెన్ గెట్ ఇన్ 11(2), now that exemption we can withdraw. Withdrawal means what, must simply cancellation of the 11 subsection 2 exemption. What is that 11 subsection 2? First of all, set aside for that specific purpose. Yes, you got in the example, you got this exemption in previous year 24-25, but now we can cancel that exemption in the upcoming years like 26-27. When we can cancel the exemption? First, some conditions clearly they are saying you should not give this amount to any person. If I am applying for the any purpose other than mentioned in the statement, in statement which purpose we mention, ma, building. If you are using for purchase of any land, that is simply what, ma, conditions violated and we can cancel the exemption. Withdrawal of amount from what, ma, safe investment modes. You have to keep that amount within the safe investment modes only. If you are withdrawing from the safe investment modes, simply we are going to cancel the exemption. Next, amount utilized, sorry, amount not utilized in what, ma, specified time. How many years we specified in the statement? 3 years. In our example, 3 years only. Okay, that's why you have to utilize within the 3 years. If you are not utilized, simply that exemption also whatever earlier granted, now it will be cancelled. Yes, you should not give as a donation to other. If you given the donation to others. Now, previously, suppose in this year 50 lakh exemption we given. Now this 50 lakh is taxable at the rate of 30% under section 115BBI. Yes, sir. Previously given exemption, now we are reversing in this section. Now that is taxed under section 115BBI at the rate of 30%. 11 subsection 1 over, 11 subsection 2 over, 11 subsection 3 also over. 2 and 3 are combined sections. What is it, 2? Asset aside and exempt. 3 is nothing but 11 subsection 2 exemption, cancellation. You know already. Trust can do the business also. Now, what is that conditions required to be satisfied if any trust having the business income? Sir, many trust having the business income. Example, many schools also registered as charitable institutions or charitable trust only, but they are doing the business in the form of stationery, etc. Yes, trust can do the business allowed only, but if they want to claim the exemption under section 11 subsection 1, 11 subsection 2, etc., they are required to maintain the separate set of books of accounts. Okay, I started educational institution. What is my main objective? Providing education. Now, for providing that education to the children, miscellaneous or incidental objective is nothing but running and stationery. So definitely business must be your incidental objective or main objective, ma? Incidental objective of what, ma? Achievement of the main objective. Can you tell me what is that condition? If any trust having the business income, they are required to maintain the separate set of books of accounts. And yes, main objective or incidental objective, ma? Business running, incidental objective. అప్పుడప్పుడే నా సైకోయిజం చూపించాలనిపించింది. అత్తయ్యమ్మ చచ్చిపోద్దమ్మాయి. Now, 11 subsection 5. మీరు ఏదైతే వినలేరో అంటే మీరు అంతా చాప్టర్ పర్ఫెక్ట్గా ఉంటారు, ఏదో ఒక పాయింట్ మిస్ చేస్తారు, అదే ఎగ్జామ్లో రావాలని నేను ప్రే చేస్తారా? అంటే ఐ డోంట్ నో ఓకే వెదర్ యు ఆర్ బిలీవ్ ఆర్ నాట్ బిలీవ్ ఆల్సో. ఇఫ్ ఐఎమ్ ప్రిడిక్టింగ్ ఎనీథింగ్ డెఫినెట్లీ ఇట్ విల్ హ్యాపెన్ రా, వెదర్ ఇట్ ఈస్ అన్ పాజిటివ్ ఆర్ నెగిటివ్ ఆల్సో. నేను మంచి ప్రిడిక్ట్ చేయండి రా అసలు. నో సేఫ్ ఇన్వెస్ట్మెంట్ మోడ్ సార్ 11 subsection 5. సార్ దిస్ సెక్షన్ ఆల్రెడీ వి రిఫర్డ్ రా. వెన్ రా? Corpus donations are exempt if invested in safe investment modes. 11 subsection 2. A set aside amount is also exempt if that is invested in safe investment modes. And if any religious charitable trust are receiving any donation for repairs and renovation, that is also exempt if that amount is deposited in where safe investment modes. Now we are going to discuss the how many safe investment modes are there, ma? 5 modes. So these 5 modes you have to remember. Maybe you can get theory also, or in exam if they are given any mode, whether it is a safe investment mode or not, you have to identify. So that's why we need to discuss the what are the safe investment modes are there under 11 subsection 5. Sir, in order we discussed 11.1 done, 11.2 done, 11.3 done, 11.4 4A also done. Now we are in 11.5. First one, I am given shortcut. If any trust deposited in the government related securities, they haven't corpus donations, they can deposit that in a government saving certificates, units of UTI, central government or state government securities, debentures of an what ma company, that company guaranteed by whom ma? Government. So in shortcut simply you can remember first point like government related securities. Second one, if you are deposited in a post office savings bank, simply trust can open the post office savings bank account, or they can open the scheduled bank account, cooperative bank also, and one more new bank they are given. What is that, ma? Industrial Development Bank. What is that? Activities conducted by the Industrial Development Bank, ma? ఇది తెగ చదువుతున్నారు ఇట్రా, అయ్యేది చెప్పండి. What is that Industrial Development Bank can do, ra? They will not at all accept the deposits in lump sum amounts. Simply this bank will form only for giving the loans and advances to the industries. But now you can deposit within these banks also. Next, ma, any investment or deposit in PSU, public sector company. Ma, in first point you can deposit as an what, ma? Debentures in the company, that company guaranteed by the government. But here investment in public sector company means what, ma? You are acquiring equity, or you can get the deposits also. Next, investments in bonds of which, ma? Approved financial corporations or public companies who providing the what, ma? Long term finance. Again I am saying, first point investment in where, debentures. In third point you can invest in equity, or you can deposit in the what, ma? Public sector companies. Fourth point, you can acquire the bonds of which companies, ma? Approved financial corporation, public companies providing the long term finance. Last one, most famous, immovable properties. You can acquire any immovable property. Practically trust will follow mostly this one, second and last one. Why? Realization can be done quickly. Are if you are maintaining in the bank account, you can withdraw whenever you want. Sir, for capital appreciation purpose, they can deposit that amount in that what, ma? Immovable properties also. The remaining 3 also available, but mostly trust will follow the second and the fifth one. Clear? Repeat. Government related securities. Second one, ma? Investment in bank accounts. Third one, public sector company related investments, bonds. Next, investment in where, bonds of, investment or deposits. Now bonds of what, ma? Approved financial corporation, public companies who are providing the long term finance. Last one, immovable. Sir, no need to buy head entirely. In question, if they are given any one of the mode, you have to identify whether it is a safe investment mode or not. Example, charitable trust receiving the 5 crore amount as an corpus, they are deposited that amount in the approved financial corporation bonds. Now can you tell me whether it is safe investment or not? Yes. What is that, ma? Approved financial corporation bond, that is an safe investment mode. Now you can provide exemption. Clear? Now next, 11 subsection 6. Already we discussed in one question. If any building already claimed as an application, application means what, ma? Entire cost of building we are claiming as an exemption only. Again, shall we provide depreciation? No. So that's why depreciation is considered for computing income. That means we are not giving the depreciation as an application or deduction. We are consider the income means what? We are not giving depreciation as an deduction or application. Understood? 11 subsection 6. 1 crore building in this previous year 24-25 we applied. That means in this year how much exemption we have taken? 1 crore. In the same year 24-25, in the subsequent year 25-26 and so on, we can't give any depreciation as a deduction or application. Means we are considering the depreciation as an what? Income only. We are not giving as a deduction. We are not giving it as an applied. Means that is considered as an what? Income. Now 11 subsection 7. Trust can claim the exemption 11. What is the scope of exemption section 11? You can get whatever that income you have, that is you can claim it as exempt. Why? 15% standard they are giving, corpus they are giving. If you applied for your charitable purpose, you can get exemption. Deemed application also exempt. Next, asset aside and you can claim exemption. That means scope of exemption here 100%. So that's why we are not giving the section 10 exemptions. You know section 10 exemptions in your childhood itself. Agricultural income, yes, different section 10 exemptions we have. No, we are not giving that exemptions to the trust. Why? Already we given 11. That's why we are not giving the what? 10. Sir, why they are not giving the 10? I will say one more reason. If 11 related conditions are not satisfied, you know many conditions we are required to satisfy. Registration also, and as well as yes sir, tax audit also we are required to follow. But if they are not satisfying these conditions, 11 is not available. On that occasion, they are shifted to 10. We are not giving the dual benefits only. Please comply the condition and take the 11 exemption. 10 exemptions are not available for the trust. While claiming the exemption under section 11, then exemption under section 10 shall not be available. But exemption under section 10 is still available even if trust claiming the 11 exemption. What is the 10 one? Please. Agricultural income is exempt from the tax. That is available still. Remaining exemptions are not available if they are claiming the what? 11. Now, so 11 section is done. Now we are in 12. Already we discussed. If they required to take the exemption under 11 and 12, they are required to satisfy some conditions. The conditions now mentioned in which section? 12A. 12A, not 12 subsection A. 12A. What is that? First, you know already, trust registered under which sections? 12AA, 12AB. Now I will tell you. Previously, we have an 12AA. Previously, trusts are registered by using what? 12AA. In 2021, not now, in 2021, they changed the trust registration process drastically. Now, we are required to apply registration under which section? 12AB. Sir, in 2010-11, one trust registered. Under which section they got the registration? 12AA. Yes, now if any new, example in 24-25, we want to go for registration, which section we have to follow? 12AB. And they are given one more. Earlier trusts also change processes by using what? 12AB. Now, what is a section now applicable? 12AB. But earlier, if it is registered also, okay. Registration must be completed. Then only you can claim the exemption under section 11 and 12. Okay, next. Total income before claiming the 11 and 12 more than what? Basic exemption limit. Now, what is the basic exemption limit? 2.5 lakh or 3 lakh. 2.5 lakh or what? 3 lakh. Sir, why this point is inserted? Generally, if total income before claiming means nothing but we are not claiming any exemption, pure total income is, if it is more than, then only they are required to pay tax. As for example, total income before claiming exemption, we have an 7 lakh. We have an how much? 7 lakh. Can you tell me? That is more than basic exemption limit? Yes. Now they are required to maintain what? Books of account. Now you understood. If they have a business income, Separately, they are required to maintain the books of accounts for business. Next, and they are required to get the books of accounts audit also. If these conditions are satisfied, first registration. Next one, if their total income before claiming exemption, please forget about exemption. If the total income more than basic exemption limit, please maintain books of account and please go for tax audit also. And one more important, maybe individuals can file the return of incomes on or after due date, but trust always will file the returns within the due date. Why? If you are filed within the due date, then only you will get an exemption under section 11. Sir, one more thing I will say, trust having that more compliances compared to the companies also. Yes, sir, compliances means, example I will say, if I haven't registered trust, whatever the donations I am receiving from the SSEs or any other person, I required to submit the statements on monthly, quarterly wise to the department in the income tax forms. Not only income tax return, every time I required to file the income tax forms also. Example, you given the donation to the charitable institution. If I am filing your details with the department, these details will be auto-populated in your 26 years. Like on that you can claim 80G deduction. So what is the conditions? 3 conditions here I am summarizing. First one, registration. Second one, total income if more than basic exemption limit, books audit, and return of income required to file within the due date. In which section they are given the conditions? 12A. If these conditions are satisfied, then only you can claim the whatever the exemptions we discussed earlier. Next. Anyhow, okay, I will tell you in a concept book, registration procedure in detailed manner. Many trusts are thinking, personally I know, many trusts who are taking the registration, the trustees are thinking that once we got registration, this registration can be maintained forever. That is in their dreams only. Remember, after granting the registration, under which sections? Previously 12AA, now 12AB. Form numbers or section numbers? Section. CIT, they are given the registration. CIT only given registration. Now CIT can cancel the registration also. This point you should know. Trust registration gaining also difficult and maintaining is also difficult. First, if activities are not genuine, you are taken the registration for the running the orphanage home, but you are not at all running any orphanage home. You are getting the donations and you are using for your personal purpose. Definitely they will cancel the registration. Now, if activities are not in accordance with the objectives of the trust, you are taken registration based on which objective? Orphanage, but you are running a software company. That is nothing but within that objectives or outside? Outside. Now, trust not comply with the requirements of law. So whatever the law requirements are there, you are not at all following that requirement, simply they will cancel the registration. What is that? Cancellation of registration can be done by the CIT. Yes, if he satisfied any one of these 3 conditions, they can cancel the registration, whatever that registration granted earlier, that may be 12AA section or 12AB section. Next, 13.1. 12. My main sections in 12. 12A done already conditions. 12AB, 12AA, I will discuss it from the concept book at the end of the chapter. Simply how we can get the registration for the trust. Institution registration where 1023C. Which section? 1023C first regime. But now all are converted to second regime only. Now, we are entering into the 13th section, 13th one. What is that? Read the heading. Cancellation, non-availability of exemptions. Please read the following 4 points. In that following 4 points, we can't give any exemption to the trust. First one. If anything used for the private religious purpose. What is a private religious? Sir, okay, I am taken the registration of religious trust. Okay, based on Hindu. So you can utilize it for that all the person who belongs to that religion. But you can't segregate the particular section of that Hindu people. If you are utilizing only for what purpose? Private religious. And one more clarity given in the next point. Trust used the amount for the particular caste or particular community purposes. or nothing but trust located in SR Nagar. I want to utilize only for the SR Nagar people. That is not at all accepted. You are taken registration of which trust? Public trust. You have to available and you have to use this amount for the public at large. You can't give the preference to that particular community or particular caste. Next, this is very important. Trust used the amount for the specified person. Now we have to discuss who is a specified person. If trust used that amount for specified person, who is a specified person? Other or founder. Simply I only created the trust. In this case, who is an other or trust? I am only. Next, if any person given the donation more than 50,000, that person now called as what? Specified person. Example, Mr. X given the 60,000 to the trust as a donation. Now that fellow can be called as what? Specified person. For that person, if any trust used the amount, that is called as what? Violation only. If these violations are done, we can't give the 11 and 12 exemption. At the time of starting of this chapter, I discussed these exemptions are available. Conditions to the satisfaction of what? Conditions given in 13. This is only 13. If these are all conditions are perfectly satisfied, then only we can give the exemption. They are utilized for specified person, they are utilized for particular community or caste, they are utilized for private religious purpose, and amount not deposited in safe investment modes. In this case, simply we are not at all giving the what? 11 and 12 exemptions. Now we are in the discussion of specified person. Exam, you don't know, in CF final, they are given 7-mark question from this concept of 13.1. I already included in workbook. After this discussion, we can discuss that question also. First, who is a specified person? Other of the trust. Second one, person who given the donation more than. If founder or donor is an HUF, example, totally my family created the one trust. So now who is an other or founder? HUF. Members of the HUF also called as what? Specified person. Members of the HUF also called as what? Specified person. Next one, trustee or manager of the what? Trust. Trustee or manager means who are managing the what? Trust. That persons also we can call it as what? A specified person. Now first 4 points. Relatives also can be called as what? First 4 means nothing but whom? Founder, donor. Yes sir. Founder and donor is an HUF. Their members, trustee, manager, their relatives also specified persons to that what? Trust. Example, I am an other or founder. Yes sir. Now my father is also relative to this what? Trust. I am a donor given the donation more than 50,000. My wife is also now specified persons to this trust. Last, in trust, if any person having the concern means what? Entity. In any entity, above persons having the substantial interest. Meaning, example, ABC trust. For this, I am only other. Yes, sir. I am only other. I only created this trust. Now, definitely I am in specified persons to the trust. Yes. If I created the trust, definitely I am in what? Specified person. Now, I have an interest in one partnership firm more than what? 20%. More than 20% interest. That is only called as what? Substantial interest. Substantial means what? 20. Sir, if it is a company, please take the voting rights in the company more than 20. At any time during the previous year, if you have an interest. So in partnership form, simply profit sharing ratio you can check. In company, we can take what? Voting. Sir, simply company means voting rights. Sir, other than company, we can check profit sharing ratio. Now, this concern is a specified person to whom ABC trust. Now, this concern is a specified person to the, that is only concern in which above person means 1 to 5 having the substantial interest. Example, yes, I am not an author. I given the donation 90,000. Definitely, I am a specified person to this trust. Now, I have an interest in these entities. That interest is now what? Substantial interest. Remember, what is the percentage? More than 20% or equal to 20 also okay. At least 20, simply more than or equal to. Now, this entity and ABC trust is a specified person. Now, Sir, here we used the relative definition in fifth point. Now who is a relative? Remember, in gift purposes, yes sir, in your income from other sources chapter, maybe in your intermediate level, you learn the definition of a relative, same definition. So now himself is a relative first. What you call a relative? Okay. Next, spouse. Next, mother, father. Mother, father. Remember, next lineal ascendants up to 3 generations. Means already 1 generation over. Next, grandfather. Next, great grandfather. How many generations we have to check? 3. అంతకన్నా ఎక్కువ బతికే ఉండర్లేండి, మీరు ఫీల్ అవ్వద్దు. సో how many generations? 3. Now, next, spouse, mother and father. Spouse, lineal ascendants and their spouses. So now, lineal descendants. How many generations? 3. Grandchildren, children, grandchildren, great grandchildren. And remember, always we are adding the spouses also. Your grandfather is relative for you along with your grandmother also. Okay, I want to exclude Jaygodra. Next, here brother and brother spouse, sister and sister spouse, and your spouse brother and spouse, sister and spouse. But extra luggage here is there. Your mother's and father's brothers and your mother and father's sister along with their spouses also relative. But this extra luggage is not happened in case of your spouse. Clear? This is an important in exam also they can give. Simply, yes sir, your mother, brother is also relative for you. Your mother, sister also relative. And along with their spouses. But this layer is not there in the spouse side. So this definition, why I am discussing, again in income from other sources, we want to discuss this definition. Simply I will say in trust chapter we already discussed. So students have forgot to include this layer, you should remember. So again I am repeating, SSC spouse. Your mother and your spouse, mother and father. Your lineal ascendants and your spouse lineal ascendant. Remember both the lineal descendants also. Next, yes sir, brother, brother spouse, sister spouse from your side and your spouse side. And extra luggage should remember. And here, stepchildren also included. Not only, yes sir, combined ones sir. If any stepchildren also included in the relative definition. Clear? No. Sorry, we are extended our discussion for specified purpose. But what is that provision? If they are not satisfied this condition, they can't get the exemption. What are the conditions? Simply, if that is used for the private religious purpose, use it for particular community or particular caste, and if they are used for specified purpose, and if they are not deposited in safe investment modes. Now we are cancelling the what? Exemption. Sir, already you got exemption. Now we can cancel. Present year we can't give exemption. Are you understood? Already if you got exemption, now we are cancelling the exemption. But if exemption, sorry, last year 23-24 we taken, now we can cancel. Present year 24-25 we can't give the exemption. Clear? Next, substantial interest definition. What is that? At least 20%. In case of company, please check voting right. In case of other than company, at least 20% of what? Profit sharing ratio. Please remember, throughout the previous year we need to hold. No. At any time during the previous year, even one day if you hold at the 20% of voting rights, 20% of profit sharing ratio, that's enough. Shall we discuss sums? Yes. Please open workbook. Question number 7 we discuss first. Question number 7, page number 186. రిసీవ్ చేసుకుంటున్నారా? ఆపాలా? ఎవడు రోడ్ ఆపాలన్నాడు? ఆన్లైన్. Yes, ma. Ramji Charitable Trust files a return of income for assessment year 25-26 in December 25. Within the due date or after the due date? After the due date, that you have to remember. What is the due date for assessment year 25-26? 31st October 2025, but filed in December. Now, applied 50% of its income for specified purposes. So out of how much ma? 85. They applied 50 only. The remaining 35%, what is their plan? Ra? They want to accumulate it and they want to spend in the future years. So now, if applied, which section is yellow? Which section considered for deduction exemption ma? 11.1. If accumulated, which section we can consider? Super. Now they are filing in form number 10. I think you know statement required to be filed. What is that? No, form number 10 in August 2025. In which month? Ma? August 2025. And they deposited that accumulated money in a post office savings bank account. Can you tell me post office savings bank account is in safe investment modes or not? Yes. But here one mistake already happened. What is that? Right? Return file after the due date. But statement file within the due date. Okay. While completing the assessment by the AO, they disallowed the, you know how much amount ma? 35%. Yes, sir. You claim that amount as a deduction in your return. Ra. But now we are disallowing the, or that means we are treating the 35% extent as an income and we are taxing on the same. Yes, sir. Because what is the reason ma? They are filing after due date. Clearly assessing officer saying the reason also. What is the reason? You file the return after the due date. So that's why we are cancelling the exemption to the extent of 50% or 35 only. 35. 50 okay. Now validity of an assessing officer is correct or incorrect ma? Yes, correct or incorrect ma? Are horrible ra, last line underline cheyadam mundu chadavandra. Yes ra. First 11 subsection 2 provision, first you should write it down ra. What is that? Trust has to apply 85%, but if they are not applied for the purposes, they can accumulate and set aside for that what ma? Future application purposes. Now the future application, what is that purpose also and what is the period of accumulation also, you should send within that form number 10 to the AO. Yes, but remember prescribed form. What is a prescribed form? Form number 10. And what is the purpose and the period ma? 5 years. Now application should be filed, yes, before assessing authority 2 months prior to the due date mentioned under section 139. But in casually I am saying before due date. But in this theory clearly they mentioned before how many months? 2 months. Remember this also if possible. Sir, due date before. Yes, what is the due date ma? 31st 10 2025. 2 months means nothing but what ma? August 31st, right? Can you tell me? In our case, he filed the statement in August. Yes, please remember. In August 25. That means he filed statement within the time or not? Yes. Next, further he has to deposit in safe investment modes. Done. Statement filed in the 25. Accumulated amount also deposited in the safe investment modes, but not available. 11 subsection 2 is not available because return is not furnished within the due date. So that's why this exemption under 11 subsection 2 is not available. Clear up to now? Sir, if you know the theory, these questions are very easy, but you have to read line by line even in exam also. Next. Question number 14. Question number 14. Please read the question on your own. Yes or trust. Registered or unregistered? Registered under 12AB. New or old? New. 24-25. They applied 5 lakh for the benefit of trustee. Okay. Can you tell me? They can apply benefit of trustee purposes ma? No. Okay, done. Next, 3 lakh they are for the benefit of Satish, who donated 1.5 lakh to the trust. So trustee is a specified person. Satish also now what ma? Specified person. Why? He given the donation more than. Now I will tell you in CA final materials also they are given the just okay, in institute material we have but in our material we don't have. That is a different factor. They are given just a specified person, but who is a specified person they are not defined. then you can't solve this type of question. Because if you know who donated more than 50,000, that person only called as what? Specified person. Now, how much amount till now? I am highlighting up 5 lakh first, now 3 lakh. We are utilizing for this specified person purposes. Next also, amount of 2 lakh, set aside in which month, which year? 22-23 for charitable purposes, utilized in the 24-25 for donation to the another registered trust with the similar objectives. Can you tell me if any amount set aside that should be utilized for that purposes only within that specified time? You can't give that donation to others, but you are given the donation to that others. How much ma? 2 lakh. Now, how much amount we misutilized? 5 lakh, 3 lakh, 2 lakh. This is taxable at the rate of 30% under section 115 BBI. Yes, sir. Now, what is a they are only asked, what is a specified income? Taxable at the rate of 30% under this section. Remember, how much ma? 5 lakh, 3 lakh plus 2 lakh. Total ma? 10 lakh. Into what ma? 30%. That point also I mentioned ma. I think next sections last I will show you. Okay, in concept book I will show you. Remember, here if any amount utilized for the, if any amount is utilized for the what ma? These purposes. Now that amount should be taxed at the rate of what? 30%. And already we discussed 11 subsection. What is that ma? 11 subsection 2 can be withdrawn by using 11 subsection 3. Now that amount is taxed at the rate of what ma? 30%. So totally 30% tax rate will be applicable on these violations. Next. We can come back to the problems after some time. Now, few more important areas in the trust chapter. Up to now, we discussed a few sections under 11, 12 also, 13 also done. Again, we can come back to the 11. But now 11 subsection 1A. ఈ ఒక్క కాన్సెప్ట్ అయిపోయిన తర్వాత దెన్ ఐ విల్ గివ్ ఎ బ్రేక్ రా. ఓకే, బ్రేక్ ఓన్లీ. సరే, you can go to your home and you can prepare other also, no problem. After this concept, okay, we can do 1 or 2 problems and I will give a break within 10 minutes only. It will take 10 minutes time, right? Easy and important for MCQs also. Listen carefully. 11 subsection 1A. Sir, trust can get the other incomes also. What are the examples of other incomes ma? Capital gain income is one example. Capital gain, if anything you got, that is also we can deem it to be treated as what ma? Applied. We can treat that capital gain, deem it to be treated as applied. Deem it to be treated as applied means that amount of capital gain is exempt or taxable ma? Exempt. Sir, what is that amount we are taking it as a gross income? General donations, other income. Other income means simply capital gain income only. Out of this capital gain income, yes, if following points are satisfied, we can treat it as an applied. Applied means we can take this also as an exempt. No. When we can get the capital gain, already you know very well, if any capital asset is transferred. Capital asset plus transfer done, we are required to calculate the capital gain. In this case, we are required to calculate my trust. In capital gain computation process, you know net consideration, sale consideration minus transfer expenses. If that net consideration, whatever the net consideration we have, that is utilized for acquisition of another capital asset, then capital gain amount is what ma? Exempt. Same capital gain exemptions only they are saying. If you got a capital gain amount, that is exempt. If you invested the net consideration in the what ma? One more capital asset. Now, here only MCQ area. If net consideration fully utilized, how much amount of the capital gain is exempt? Part of the net consideration is utilized, how much capital gain is exempt? Now, full net consideration is utilized, then entire capital gain is what ma? Exempt. I will take one example. Original cost of capital asset transferred means what ma? Old we have one asset. What is it cost ma? 1 lakh. Now we are transferring it for how much amount ma? 1,50,000. What is that capital gain? 50,000. Capital gain is 50,000, but what is the net consideration? 1,50,000. Sir, whatever the asset you are transferring, that cost 1 lakh, for which amount you are transferring? 1,50,000. Sale consideration minus what mark cost, you will get capital gain. But what is the net consideration you got here? 1,50,000. If this 1,50,000, if you fully utilize it for acquiring another capital asset, now how much capital gain is exempt? 50,000. Entire capital gain is exempt. Similarly, section 54F. If your net consideration fully invested, entire gross capital gain will be exempt. Here also same. But proportionately if utilized, here you have to take care. Yes, sir. What is that amount we are required to invest? 1,50,000. But what is your amount you invested for acquiring the new asset? 1,20,000. That means proportionately you are invested totally. Maybe you can go for the proportionate calculation. That will not work out. Act saying how much amount is exempt? Exempt. Excess proceeds over old cost, asset cost transfer. Old asset cost how much? 1 lakh. In that place we are purchasing with how much amount? 1,20,000. Excess how much we applied? 20. The 20 is exempt. Simple. Previously I have an 1 lakh worth of asset that we are transferring. In that place I am utilizing 1,20,000 worth asset. How much I am applying for purchasing that asset additionally? 20,000. The 20,000 only exempt. Students are calculating proportionately, sir. So 1,50,000 if invest 50,000 exempt. Now 1,20,000 I invested. How much I will get? That will not work out. If you calculated 40, that is not correct. Clearly provision saying that how much we invested more than the old asset cost. How much we invested more than the old asset cost? 20,000. Clear? Capital gain amount is taxable or exempt for the trust? Generally taxable. If you are utilizing for acquiring that another asset, then exemption will be provided. How much exemption? Full exemption. If you invested entire net consideration. If you invested part, then how much we are invested more than the old asset cost? That is only exempt. Next, one example I want to take. Capital asset held by the trust. What is that? Capital asset is there in the hands of trust. Out of the 2/3 income from the capital asset, utilize it for what? Charitable purpose. Remaining maybe 1/3 for the personal purpose also, we don't know. But how much amount we can use for the charitable purpose from this capital asset? 2/3 of income. Suppose 1 lakh generated, 1 lakh into 2/3 only we can use for the charitable purpose. Now this capital asset is transferred. Now we are required to calculate capital gain. We are required to calculate what? Capital gain. What is that asset cost we are transferred? 1,20,000. For which amount we are transferring? 1,80,000. This is only NC, net consideration. Capital gain, can you tell me? 60,000. How you can calculate? Sale consideration minus cost of asset. Sale consideration minus cost of asset is capital gain. Now how much worth of capital asset you purchased newly? 1,50,000. Net consideration fully invested or proportionately? So net consideration if fully invested, how much amount of capital gain will exempt? 60. We invested fully or proportionately? Proportionately. Then how much amount is exempt? Remember, investment amount more than old asset. How much is there more? 30. No, 30,000 is exempt, right? No, 30,000 into 2/3. Why? Because we are utilizing for charitable purpose. How much? 2/3. That proportion only we can provide the what? Exempt. Sir, very important. Students are calculating proportionate exemption. That is will not work out here. Provision clearly saying that if part of the net consideration only invested, here 1,80,000 net consideration, we are invested how much? 1,50,000. Part only invested. How much is exempt? Investment amount more than old asset cost is exempt. How much investment is more than old asset cost? 30,000. But here we have to apply the proportion. Please open the workbook. We can discuss 1 or 2 questions and we can take a break for today. Please find out the questions. Capital gain points will be inserted in the questions. I think question number 13th. Work out from the following particulars. Amount of capital gain shall be deemed to have been applied. Can you tell me in which case we can treat it as an applied ma? If they are acquiring the new capital asset by using the net consideration. Now, how much extent we are using for charitable purpose? 60% only. That means we have to apply this proportion. Now, cost of asset transfer sale consideration ma. I think 10 missed. You can calculate. Yes, what is that capital gain? Yes, ma. That is 2,40,000. That is in 3,60,000. This is in 3 lakh. How much capital gain, ma? Ma? 1 lakh? 1,20,000 capital gain, right? But what is the net consideration, ma? 3,60,000. We are acquiring that new asset with how much, ma? 3 lakh. Fully invested or part? So now what is that point? How much extra amount we invested, ma? 60,000. 60,000 is exempt. No, 60,000 into 60%. How much, ma? 36,000 is exempt. $36,000 is deemed to be treated as applied. That's why that amount is what? Exempt. Take a break. Yes, sir. So as of now, we discussed what are the provisions in trust chapter, ma. Yes, you know any idea about 11 subsection 1? Corpus donations are straight away exempt. Standard exemption is there. Next, 85% of that gross income, if you applied for the charitable purposes or religious purposes in India, that is also we can take it as an exemption. In that 11 subsection 1, applied related, we discussed so many points. So applied includes deemed to be treated as applied. Yes, sir. If you are given that donation to any other registered trust, normal donation, general donation, 85% of donation is allowed. Corpus is not allowed as an applied. Next, we discussed if any loan taken and loan is utilized for the trust purposes, we can't treat it as an applied. But if loan is repaid, yes, sir, then we can treat it as an applied. So can you tell me how many years, sir? 5 years. That means loan applied year ending to within 5 years, whatever the repayment is done from 85% of the gross income, that is treated as applied. Next, if excess applications are there, can I carry forward and set off in the next years? No. If trust following accrual basis also, but we can treat it as applied only on what basis, mark? Cash basis. 11 subsection 2 also we discussed the asset aside for that specific purposes, that is also treated as applied. 11 subsection 3, nothing but simply 11 subsection 2 exemption, we can cancel or withdraw. 11 subsection 4, 11 subsection 4a is what? If any business activity is there for charitable or religious trust, we have to maintain the separate books of account. That business is main objective or incidental? Incidental. Now 11 subsection 5 we discussed already, safe investment modes. How many modes are? 5. 11 subsection 6 we discussed. What is that, ma? If cost of asset is completely allowed as an application on that for this year or next years, we can't give any depreciation. So further we discussed what are the sections, ma? 11 subsection 6 over. Next 11 subsection 7 also we discussed. What is 11.7, ma? If you are claiming the section 11 exemption, section 10 exemptions are not available, but still 10 subsection 1 you can take. After that we taken the 12 year. What is the 12 year, ma? Conditions for claiming the exemptions. Well, can you tell me some conditions, ma? Trust must be registered, and if basic exemption, so total income before claiming exemptions exceeded the basic exemption limit, we are required to maintain the books of account and tax audit, and return also required to be filed before due date. So next we discussed about the cancellation of registration. One separate section without section reference we discussed the cancellation of what, ma? Registration. So next what we are discussed, 13 subsection 1. What is the 13 subsection 1, ma? Exemption, cancellation or non-availability of exemption. Can you tell me how many cases, ma? 4. First case, if it is utilized for private religious purpose or particular section of community or caste. Next one, utilized for specified person. Last one, safe investment modes, amount not invested in safe investment modes. Can you tell me in all the cases that amount taxable at the rate of 30% under section 115 BBI. So next we discussed about the 11 subsection, again 11 subsection 1a. That is only last point we discussed. What is 11 subsection 1a, ma? Capital A, capital gain. If any capital gain is there for the trust, that is also treated as applied if they are utilized for acquiring the any other capital asset. If net consideration fully utilized, full capital gain is exempt. If net consideration is proportionately invested, yes. Can you tell me proportionate amount exempt? No. Whatever that asset we are acquired over and above the old asset cost, that is only allowed as an exemption. So these are only sections we discussed in the last session. Now we can start the new concept, ma. Trust can receive the 2 types of donation. As of now we know only 2 types, ma. First one is what? General donations. Okay, first we can write corpus donations, ma. What is that, ma? Corpus donations. What is the treatment for the corpus donations? Exempt straight away if invested in safe investment modes. Second one, we can receive the what, ma? General donations. Right? General donations along with the other income, how much standard exemption, ma? 15%. Remaining is also exempt if that is applied for charitable and religious purpose. Now I want to introduce the third type of donation, ma? Anonymous donations. What is that? Anonymous donations. So can you tell me what do you mean by the anonymous donations, ma? Donor. Yes, sir. And the next, who is receiving, ma? Donee. Who is receiving the donations? They are not at all maintaining the records relating to donor. Example, TTD is there. They are receiving the huge amount of donations or gifts also. Can you tell me? They are maintaining this records. But some records, that means if you are going to the any authorities and if you are giving amount, that is treated as general. If you are giving any donation for specific purpose, that is corpus. But most of the amount received by the TTD in the form of what ma? Anonymous donations only. In Hundi, we are given that so much of amount. Yes. Can you tell me? TTD is maintaining the records of the donor? No. The type of donations only called as what ma? Anonymous donations. So Act also clearly giving the tax treatment for the anonymous donations separately. Why? Risky only. Risky for income tax department. Who are giving donations also, they don't know. So that's why we want to give the tax treatment for the anonymous donations separately. Clear? What do you mean by the anonymous donations? In your book already I clearly given. Listen carefully. Donations are three. First one, corpus donations, general donations. Third one, anonymous. What do you mean by the anonymous donations? Please read. Any donation where person receiving the donations. Can you tell me who is receiving the donations? Donee. Does not maintaining the records of whom? Donor. So that all the donations now we are calling as an what? Anonymous donations. Uru peru leni donations simple. Who are giving the donation also? We don't know. Just we are receiving the donations. Now you have to remember this section number perfectly. 115BBC is provision exclusively given in Act for taxing the which donations? Anonymous donations. Important for MCQ. Mostly you will get MCQ from this section only. 115BBC. Now, for example, general donations and corpus donations altogether how much? 3 lakh. CD means corpus donation, general donations 1 lakh, and anonymous donations also you received how much? 5 lakh. You know treatment of corpus donations already. And you know what is the treatment we want to give for general also. But now I want to know about that what is the tax treatment for the anonymous donations. All donations together, how much total donation? 8 lakh. Sir, other incomes also there, but now I am not considering the other incomes. Only I am considering the donations total. How much total donation? 8 lakh. Now, here I want to know about the taxation of the anonymous donations. Can you tell me what is that anonymous donations amount we received? 5 lakh. In this example, how much anonymous donation we received? 5 lakh. Out of that 5 lakh, please reduce. What is that amount we are going to reduce? Lower of the following or higher of the following? Higher of the following. Higher of the following. First one, statutory limit is how much? 5% of total donations. Total donations you know already 8 lakh. 8 lakh into 5%, how much? 40,000. Okay, you calculated the first amount, how much? 40,000. Next statutory limit, how much? 1 lakh. Standard limit they are given in this section, 1 lakh. Whichever is higher, 1 lakh. So please reduce the 1 lakh amount from the anonymous donations. Now, anonymous donations amount, yes sir, how much? 4 lakh is taxed at the rate of 30%. So already I told this isn't definitely risky type of donations only. Simply whoever giving the donation, simply I haven't blocked money, I given donation. Trust using for the legal purposes. So risky only, that's why. Yes, we are given the tax treatment in the hands of who are receiving that type of donations at the rate of how much? 30. Students are thinking that, sir, okay sir, out of 5 lakh, 1 lakh reduced, 4 lakh is taxable at the rate of special tax rate under section 115BBC. Yes, 4 lakh at the rate of 30%. Happy? No. This 1 lakh we are reducing means it is not taxable. No, this required to be taxable at normal tax rate. Out of 5 lakh, yes sir, whatever we reduce, this isn't taxable at what? Normal tax rate. Remaining amount we are required to tax at a special tax rate at the rate of 30%. Normal tax rate for trust means what? If you are following normal tax rate, slab rates. If you are following 115 BSE rates, you are required to follow. So that means out of 5 lakh, 4 lakh is taxable at 30% under section 115 BBC. Next, this amount required to be added to the other income. Other income means general donations plus capital gain income or interest income, business income, whatever income you have, added to other income and taxable at what rates? Normal tax rate. Sir, many students are calculating this amount properly and they are given the tax treatment also for 4 lakh, but they are forgetting to give this 1 lakh at a normal tax rate. Total anonymous donation amount is taxable only, but some amount at a normal tax rate, some amount at the rate of 30%. Are you understood this tax treatment of 115BBC? Clear? No. Done? Now, who can receive the more and more anonymous donations? Charitable trust or religious? Religious mostly can receive the anonymous donations. If this type of tax treatment is given for them, that is an injustice only. Yes, sir. In temples, we can give the anonymous donations only mostly. Then, what is the tax treatment in case of anonymous donations received by the religious, either wholly or partly religious or wholly religious also? This section is not applicable for them. This section is not applicable for them. Just remember that point. What is that point? Anonymous donations, taxability under 115BBC. Akka, in concept book that will be there. I will tell you. Okay. Ledu ante nen raistanu. Okay. Remember, 115BBC section is not applicable for the wholly religious as well as partly religious trust. Now, please open workbook. Sir, interesting chapter. Every provision, there is a logic. If you understood the logic, okay. Otherwise, please remember. Up to December. After December, whether you don't know this also or you know also, no use. Next, question number 15. Page number 191, question number 15. Please open. Fast. Done. Following trusts claim the anonymous donations received by them during the financial year 24-25. They are not liable to tax under 115BBC. They received anonymous only, but they are saying, yes, we are not liable to pay tax under which section? 115BBC. We can check first one. A charitable trust referred in section 11, which is applied entire amount of anonymous donations for the purpose of trust during the relevant previous year. One trust is claiming that, sir, we applied entire anonymous donation amount for our objectives only. So that's why I am claiming exemption under section 11. Correct or incorrect? Incorrect. Why? Simply, what is that? Anonymous donations required to be taxed under special section. What is a special section? 115BBC. What is that? Required to be taxed at the rate of 30%. How we are required to calculate? Simply, anonymous donations amount less 5% of total donations or 1 lakh, whichever is higher. That amount we have to reduce. Yes, remember, excess of these 5% of total donations or what? 1 lakh. In our example, can you tell me excess of these two things, how much is there? 4 lakh. That 4 lakh is taxable at the rate of what? 30%. Then remaining amount? A remaining amount is what? Taxable at the rate of normal tax rate. Now remember, section 13 subsection 7, no need to remember section number, just check. Section 11 and 12 not applicable in respect of any anonymous donations liable to tax under 115BBC. If any anonymous donations are taxed under 115BBC, can you tell me 11 and 12 is not applicable? Means what? Sir, I utilized the anonymous donation for trust purposes, sir. Will we give any exemption for that? No. Anonymous donation simply required to tax under 115BBC. Sir, I applied for trust purposes. That is not at all criteria for giving the exemption. Now, such application of anonymous donations received by the charitable trust purpose does not confer any exemption from the tax. Therefore, claim of non-taxability under this section is valid or invalid? Invalid. Now, one more point they are given. In excess of 4 lakh, how much is there? 1 lakh is there. Normally, out of 5 lakh, we decided how much is required to be taxed at the rate of 30%? 4 lakh. Now, remaining 1 lakh, yes, can you tell me this 1 lakh treatment? We are required to be added to what income? Gross income. Out of gross income, standard exemption how much? Standard exemption, 15%. Then 85, if you applied, you can get the exemption. That means, that is only this view you can apply. Anonymous donations, yes sir, what is that? Taxable at normal tax rate, would be eligible for application of income, then benefit of exemption under section 11 will apply. So this 30% directly taxable. For this 1 lakh, standard exemption is available. This 1 lakh added to which income? Gross income. If it is added to gross income, what is the treatment of gross income? Standard exemption. 85% of applied exemption will be available. Clear? Next, second. You know already. Trust established for wholly religious purpose. What is your conclusion? 115 BBC is applicable or not applicable? Not applicable. Yes, sir. Which subsection given the clarity about that? 115 BBC subsection 2. But we are not written any subsections, not required also. Clearly, taxability of anonymous donations are not applicable to any trust or institution which is created wholly for religious purpose. Now, the trust claim is correct or incorrect, ma? Correct. So this question is wholly based on anonymous donation tax treatment, ma. Remember, because it is a religious, that's why 115 BBC is not applicable. But in first case, ma, definitely anonymous donations are required to taxed under 115 BBC, and this amount is taxed at 30%. Remaining amount related, maybe you can get the exemption if you are applied for the trust purposes. Clear up to now? Ma, are you clear up to now? Yes, wait for that few more, we can discuss that. Question number 10, already we discussed this theory in yesterday's session only. Now we can discuss question number 10 also. Please read, ma. XYZ charitable trust. In exam also, by using this SSC name only, you can decide, yes, this question came from the trust chapter. Yes, if you identify that every question from which chapter they are asking, definitely you will get exemption. If you identified question from which chapter, that's enough in the final exam. Okay. Educational institution registered under 12 AB of Income Tax Act 1961. So 12 AB is a new section or old section for registration? New. During the 24-25, trust receives an corpus donation. How much amount, ma? 25 lakh. Corpus donations along with the specific directions always they will give. What is the specific donation? Sorry, specific direction they are given, ma? So for educational institution, one corpus donation received for construction of a science lab. For that purpose only, how much donation given by the donors? 25 lakh. Trust intends to set up in which year, ma? Lab 26-27. Donation received in 24-25, but they want to do the setup of the things in a 26-27. That they are required to utilize these funds also in which year, ma? 26-27 only. That means after how many years, ma? 2 years. In these 2 years, they are required to deposit this corpus amount in which mode, ma? Safe investment mode. But they want to claim the exemption of this corpus donation under this section, ma. 11 subsection 1 clearly given the exemption for corpus donation, but subject to one condition. What is that? Invest in a safe investment modes. Yes, they can get exemption, no doubt in that. But if they are deposited in what, ma? Safe investment modes. Failure to, okay, in this question they deposited, no. Failures to deposit the same in the prescribed modes. Yes, can you tell me? Exemption will give or it will be considered as income? It will be considered as an income. Sir, considered as an income means what, ma? Exemption not given. Sir, simple point, corpus donations tax treatment question. Question number 10. Okay. This is also we can discuss. Question number 9. Basics only. అర్థం అవుతున్నాయి అసలు ఫస్ట్ ఎగ్జామ్లో రాస్తారు ఏదో ఒకటన్నా. ఓకే, నెక్స్ట్. A charitable trust derives the income from business of providing the, sir remember they are doing the business, income from business of, what is that business? Providing mineral water to the various companies situated in a software technology park. Now, sir, we are doing the advancement of general public utility. One activity we are conducted, that is for advancement of general public utility. Remember, what is that sum amount? What is that, ma? Sum of 30 lakh has been derived as a net income from such business activity. How much business activity income, ma? 30 lakh. That is applied for which object, ma? General public utility. That objective is general public utility only they are utilizing. Total receipts how much, ma? 140 lakh. Now you have to consider one equation. What is that, ma? Business receipts 20% of the total receipts. How much, ma? 140 lakh. How much, 28 lakh. So business receipts is more than 20% of total receipts of the charitable trust. Now for this year they will lose the status of what, ma? Charitable. But we can't cancel any registration, etc. Registration and all the things will remain same, but we can cancel only exemption under section 11 for this year because it loses the charitable status. So that is only point. If you calculated the, okay, they are given here itself, 30 lakh, that is not eligible for exemption. They decided why? Because that business receipts exceeds the how much, 20% of the total receipt. So this condition is applicable for all charitable activities or last limb, last limb. Remember, clearly they are given the reason that restriction contained in 2 subsection 15 applicable to last limb of the charitable purpose, that is an advancement of any object of general public utility. It does not affect any other limbs. The definition like relief of poor, education, medical relief, preservation of environment, the preservation of historical interest places, etc. Now, so as of now, this is an advancement of any other object for general public utility. It loses the charitable status and we are not able to give any exemption under section 11 for that year, but we can't cancel any registration. Now they are asking the extra question, what will be your answer? What is that question, What will be your answer if trust runs a school in backward district and applies the profits from that school activity, nothing but providing that what, education. So now it is an last limb or any other limb, any other limb. So that's why this restriction will apply, will not apply, will not apply. Trust runs a school in backward district. This restriction is applicable or not applicable? Not applicable. Now, but one more point I have to add. Sir, they are running a school, but they are doing one business activity of mineral water. Now what we are required to do? 11 subsection 4 yes and 11 subsection 4a, they are required to maintain the books of accounts separately. Sir, business objective is incidental only, but main objective is nothing but running an educational institution. So they are required to maintain the books separately. Clear this question? Already we discussed this type of question also. I think question number 1 or 2. Yes, sir. Question number 9 done. Very, very important. Business receipts and 20% of total receipts restriction is applicable for last limb, not for all other. This is also we can discuss question number 8. To be honest, we are in the end of the chapter. End only. If you are cooperated today, yes, we can complete it. Depends upon your understanding and my speed also. But okay, we will try it. Read question number 8. NSN Charitable Educational Trust. But remember here not registered, approved. Approved under 10 subsection 23. Sir, anyhow, all sections are remain same, but they are already registered in regime 1. Now, running a school and they are operating in stationery shop outside the school. Remember, whether that is a charitable also, they can do business. Business must be incidental to main objective. Now, what is that amount derived from the business activity? 75 lakh amount is derived from the business activity. That 75 lakh is applied for the trust purposes. That's okay. They maintain the books of accounts also. Now, business amount is applied for charitable purposes. So that's why they can get the exemption. So now that application of income and they are taking completely what my exemption. Exemption is correct or incorrect? Correct only. Reason, general donations, other income. Other income means what? Business income, capital gain income, any other income also. If that is applied for charitable purpose, first 15% standard exemption, remaining 85. If you applied, that is exempt. Correct or incorrect? Correct. Yes, sir. Trust objective is providing education. Next, business income from the stationery shop will be eligible to avail the exemption if that business is what? Incidental to attainment of the main objectives. And the second condition already we discussed. 2 points only I mentioned in notes. First one, that is an incidental. Second one, separate set of books of accounts are maintained. If these two conditions are satisfied, whatever the profit earned from the business shall be allowed to take as an what? Exemption. Yes, in our handwritten also we discussed only 2 points. Yes, first one incidental, second one separate sets are maintained. No problem, we can claim exemption. Standard exemption 15, 85. If you applied, then you can take exemption. Question number 6 also we can do. Please start reading. VPS Foundation, registered under 12AB. Yes, can you tell me on which date? 1st August 2023, providing that education in sports management. Foundation is following which method of accounting? Accrual. Remember, during 24-25, accrued staff payment for March 5 lakh is there, but they paid the salary in where? April 25. Yes, ma. March 25 salary. You are paying in what? April 25. This is which year, ma? 25-26. This is which year, ma? 24-25. Trust following what basis, ma? Accrual. That is correct only because due happened. That's why we recorded. But we paid in which year? Can you tell me what is that point we have to remember? Even though they are following accrual also, we have to take it as what, ma? Cash basis. Can you tell me actually paid on which date, ma? Yes, sir. In which year that is paid, ma? 25-26. That's why it is treated as applied in which year? 25-26. Definitely. One amendment point just I want to create. Up to assessment year 21-22, expenditure can be regarded as an application of income even if it is actually not paid. So that means on due basis we can treat it as an applied up to which assessment year? 21-22. After 21-22 assessment year, we are giving an amendment to this provision. Yes, allowed only on what basis? Payment basis. Yes, sir. If you remember 21-22, yes, that before on what basis we can take accrual, but after only on cash. If you paid, then it is allowed. That is only. So tax advisor saying that foundation has an advice to salary expenditure. Yes, sir. Here that they are concerned with the tax advisor. Who is a tax advisor? We can check. Yes, he advised them the salary provided in the books of accounts will not treated as application of income for the previous year 24-25. Yes, he said correct only. Why? If it is paid, then only that is treated as applied. When it is paid, in next year, for the next year we can treat it as applied. For this year, that is not treated as what, applied. The tax advisor, whatever he is saying, that is correct or incorrect? Correct. Next, question number 4. Question number 4. Save wildlife and institution. Its main object is the preservation of what, wildlife. Preservation of wildlife. Yes, preservation of environment, preservation of wildlife. These are all also charitable under section 2 subsection 15. They are using the entire income derived for that activity in the nature of trade for its main object during the previous year ended 31st March 2025. Would such utilization of income can be treated as utilization for charitable purpose? And would your answer be different if the main objective of institution is an advancement of any other object of general public utility? Remember, sir, they are given the first, what is that objective, main objective? Preservation of wildlife. Yes, use the entire income derived from activity in the nature of trade for its main object during the previous year ended. Okay, we can read. 215, they are saying total. Definition of what, charitable. Can you tell me? What are the definitions? First, relief of poor, yoga, education, medical relief, preservation of environment. So nothing but what, including watershed, forest, wildlife, and preservation of moments and places and objects for historical interest. And last one, last and advancement of what, any other object of general public utility. Yes, last they are given. However, advancement of any other object of general public utility shall not be charitable if the institution is carrying any nature of trade or commerce or business, any activity of rendering the service in relation to trade or commerce process, irrespective of the nature of use or application of the redemption. Yes, sir, for such activity. That means they are saying simply if they are using that amount for any other object, that is not treated as charitable. Okay, ignore that. Now you can understand. Therefore, preservation of wildlife is included in charitable or not? Yes. That main objective is nothing but what, further institution having the preservation of wildlife, its main object would not subject to the restrictions which are applicable to the advancement of any other object of general public utility. What is the restriction? 20%. Sir, if that is any activity in the nature of advancement of general public utility, we can check the what 20% of the total receipts and business receipts. But now, no need to apply the conditions to the, if any institution having the main object of what wildlife. Such institution continue to retain. That means now, what is that objective of the institution? Preservation of wildlife. Retain the charitable status if they have an income from in any nature of what trade. Simply they are saying their main objective is wildlife preservation. If they having any business income also, no problem. But who having the problem? Any other object of general public utility, nothing but public utility purpose. If I am conducting any general activity, now if any business income is there, now we have to check the condition. Business receipts versus 20% of total receipts. That is only they are saying. If trust having the main object, now main object we are changing. What is that? Advancement of any other object of general public utility in the nature of trade, it would lose the charitable status. Even if it has applies for the main object also, when it loses the business receipts versus 20% of total receipt. This question also simply, yes sir, preservation of wildlife is a main object. And we have one nature of trade, business activity is there. Business activity amount we are using for the what main objectivity. No need to apply also, no problem. Why? No restriction also here. But if your main objective is advancement of general public utility and business receipts, if anything is there, can you tell me what is the condition we have to check? 20% of the total receipts and business receipts. That is normal point only, no need to stress it out. Now we can go to the trust main format. Yes sir, for which limb we have to apply the condition? Last limb only. Yes, trust total income doing. So normally we have 14 mark questions also from trust, but still they are not at all tested, but you have to solve. So particulars amount. Gross receipts of what trust. Gross receipts means what are the gross receipts? All receipts exclude two. One is an corpus. Why we are removing corpus here? Corpus is exempt. If anything is exempt, no need to include in the total income. But we are excluding second anonymous donation taxable at the rate of 115 BBC at the rate of what 30%. In our example, can you tell me 5 lakh? Out of what is that amount we have to include in the gross receipts? 1 lakh. 4 lakh we have to exclude. So gross receipts means all incomes. General donations also. Yes, what are the things included here? Please let me know. Business receipts, general donations, anonymous donations are taxable at normal tax rate. Corpus don't include here. And separately I am writing the capital gain. Why capital gain I am writing separately? This amount also we can take it as exempt if net consideration utilize it for acquiring any such asset. But to be honest, I can include here. But why I am writing separately from this amount? Maybe you can take some amount as an exemption. So that's why I write separately. This is only total amount for us. From this we can take standard exemption. How much 15. Then you will left at what 85. Sir, corpus donations related we are not taken 15% of standard deduction. And if any anonymous donations are taxable at the rate of what 30%, on that also we are not taking any exemption. But we are taking on 1 lakh. What is that 1 lakh taxable at? Normal tax rate. Now you know this all application of income for charitable purpose, deemed application. Can you tell me in which cases we can treat deemed application? If any donation is outstanding, if any bumper donations are received at the year end. Next, accumulated for specific purpose. 11 subsection 2. Next, capital gain is exempt when net consideration is invested in what new asset. Finally, after removing all the exemptions, you can get the one amount. That amount is taxable at what normal tax rate. Many students are closing the problem at as of now and they are writing it as a total income. No. Some more income is there. This is a normal tax rate taxable income. What are the incomes are there? Yes, some more incomes are there. That is nothing but anonymous donations are taxable at the rate of 30%. Yes, now separately we are required to add because this income is taxable at a special tax rate. And few cases we already given the amount. Some cases, some amounts are taxable under section 115 BBI at the rate of 30%. That incomes are always taxable at what, ma? 30%. Example, last year exemptions, now we want to cancel. Exemption cancel means that is an income, right? Yes. Please add separately because these two things are taxable at the rate of what, ma? 30% under two different sections. Okay, example here, we got an 80 lakh, ma. This 80 lakh required to be taxable at what, ra? Normal. Yes, here 25 lakh and here 10 lakh. Now please do total, ma. 115 lakh, right? This is an trust total income. Students are stopping the solution at the finding out of these, but they are unable to add these two things. If you are added these two, then only you will get what, ma? Total income taxable at an special tax rate and normal tax rate. Shall we read format again, ra? From which point we have to start? Gross receipts. Here exclude two. Corpus is completely exempt, remove. And anonymous donations are taxable at the rate of 30%. That is not eligible for exemption if reinvested also or if any applied also. That's why remove the two. And other business income, interest incomes, all the things you have to add. Even house property income, if any there also, please add. Capital gain also you have to add only. On that also, standard exemption will be available. Then out of 85%, what are the exemptions we can take, ma? Application, deemed application, asset aside and asset aside for specific purpose. Next, capital gain if invested. Remember. Next, what is that amount you will get after removing all the exemption? Trust income taxable at a normal tax rate. Then special tax rate taxable incomes are two are there, ma. One is 115 BBC, another one 115 BBI. If you are added these incomes also, then you will get what, ma? Total income. Yes, suppose. How much total income we got, ma? 115. Out of this 115, yes sir, 80 lakh normal tax rates, sir. This is a total income. How much? 115 lakh. How much total income, ma? 115 lakh. 80 lakh you have to tax by using what, ma? Normal tax rate. Then remaining 25 lakh plus 10 lakh is there. This is a tax rate at the rate of 30% under section 115 BBC and 115 BBI. Clear? Total income format of the trust. Are you clear? Now, I want to go to some problems. My question number 16, your study material question. In your study material, one or two questions are there. In that also many mistakes are there. But I want to say that mistake and that problem answer also, but they will not give that question in that exam, no problem. But what is that mistake, I will tell you. Okay, but ignore that question definitely. Question number 16, you can do this question on your own also, basic question. Definitely, this will be not at all fit question for giving in an exam. But we have to know. Taxable income they are asking, means total income they are asking. Case 1 I will tell you. Case 2, case 3 you can solve now only. Okay. Income other than voluntary contribution, meaning corpus. Voluntary contribution means donations. Okay, now voluntary contribution donations, ma. Which donations, ma? General. If purpose not mentioned, that is general. Voluntary contribution, corpus. Clearly we know these are the corpus donations. Are you understood, ra? Voluntary contribution means nothing but donations. Yes. In the name of corpus they are given corpus donation, normally given general donation. Other than voluntary contribution means what, ma? Income, maybe business income, capital gain income or house property income, etc. Voluntary contribution means donations. But if not, no condition is attached, general. Condition attached, corpus. So this is what, ma? Other income. Now, remember, what is the treatment, ma? This is not at all included in the gross income. Why? They are directly exempt. What are the two things we have to include in the gross income, ma? 1 lakh as well as 1 lakh as well as 4 lakh. What is that? Total income of the trust, ma? 5 lakh. That is only in our format also. Exclude corpus, remaining things we have to include. How much, ma? 5 lakh. Out of standard exemption, how much, ma? 15%. Balance, this representing how much, ma? 85. Out of that, how much is applied for the trust purposes? 4 lakh 50. Sir, we applied 4 lakh 50. Shall we take 4 lakh 50? No. 4 lakh 25 only. That's why total income will be what, ma? But they're written a note point. Corpus donations shall not be treated as income because what that is directly exempt. My remaining two parts you have to do. Please do. Please try now only. Yes, sir. Remember, voluntary contribution means donations. There is no condition attached to the donation, or direction is not attached. That's why general. If direction attached, that is corpus. Other than voluntary means any income, that may be business income, capital gain income, interest income, etc. Question number 16. Please do case 2 and case 3 on your own. Is there any confusion, Ra? Question number 17. Yes, sir. Okay. 16 done, Ra? 17 I will tell you after some time, Ra. Wait, Ra. Okay. I removed that question, I think. Sorry. Okay. Question number 17. Now I will tell you. This is a study material question and past exam also. This is a study material question and past examination question. Sir, in trust chapter, okay. In your preparation time, if you don't have time, ignore all also, no problem. But you have to do this question. Okay. Shall we do that? Bangar Charitable Trust and how much amount of income? 70 lakh during the previous year 24-25. It applied the income of how much amount? 15 lakh during the previous year 24-25. That means how much income we earn? 70. 70 out of that some amount standard exemption will be there. But how much amount we applied for the trust purpose as 15. And also we applied before the due date for deferment of application, means what? Future application. We are asking for that what? Asset aside, and we can apply this amount in a future purpose. Before due date only you have to file a statement. Can you tell me before due date or 2 months before due date? 2 months before due date. But in a question they are clearly given 2 months, but always they will say in exam also before due date we applied in which form number? Form number 10. Okay. Case 1, how much? 32 lakh. Case 2, we are asking for deferment of how much? 45. What is the reason? Sorry. Reason, wait, not asset aside. We are not received this as of now. That's why we are not at all received these incomes. So that's why we are asking. Deferment means nothing but in next year we can apply. Not asset aside and applied. Sorry, ignore that. We are not received these two amounts. In case 1, 32 lakh. In case 2, how much? 45. So that's why in future we can apply. That means what? Deemed to be treated as applied. Okay. But in which year we are receiving that? 26-27 we received. So 26-27 and next years in case 1, case 2, case 3, and in case 1, sorry, in case 1 how much we applied? Total, please calculate. Case 1, first year received year 12 lakh, next year 11 lakh, next 9, 32. That means we applied for deferment 32 and we applied in future. Next case 2, 40. Yes, sir. Which year we received that amount to the trust? 26-27. 26-27 and next years we utilized this amount in this pattern. Now they are asking taxable income for the assessment year 25-26 and assessment year 28-29. Previous year 24 what? 25 and previous year 27 and 28, right? Just I am writing in the terms of previous years. Present previous year and that assessment year income first we are required to calculate. Shall we do calculation? Yes. Easy. Now case 1, case 2 columnar way we can solve. What is that income we earned during this year? 70 lakh. Out of the 70 lakh standard exemption how much? 15%. Please calculate 15%. 10.5. What is that amount representing 85%? Now how much amount applied during the previous year? We applied during the previous year how much? 15 in both the cases. Clearly question saying that how much we applied during the year? 15. Now what is that amount balance? Please remove both the options, you will get same answer till now. How much? 44.5. 44.5. Now we asking for a deferment, means nothing but in this year I am unable to apply, sir. In future I will apply. Because of what ma we are not received. That means outstanding donations. How much? Case 1, 32 lakh. Case 2, we applied for 45, but we can't take the 45 exemption. How much we can take? 44.5. That means how much taxable income after removing the exemption ma? Yes sir, remember this is a direct application. This is a deemed to be treated as application even though you are not applied during this year. How much ma? 12.5 lakh nil. Are you understood this computation first? Sir, case 1, case 2 please do in a columnar way, then only you can complete the problem in quick manner. Sir, previous year 24-25 and assessment year 25-26 year computations done. But we are required to compute for one more year. What is that ma? 27-28. 28-29 assessment year. Shall we calculate ma? Computation of income of the Bangar charitable trust for the previous year 27-28 and assessment year 28-29. What is the last day of the previous year? 31st March 2028. That means up to this year ending, how much I applied for the charitable? How much I applied for charitable purpose? Ma? Yes, here 23, here 25. You know already, you given a promise of application in a next year. Or what ma? Amount received here. But as of now, you applied full amount or part of the amount ma? Part of the amount only. How much? 23 in case 1, 25 in case 2. Whatever that amount you are not applied, that is treated as income and taxable at the rate of 30% under section 115 BBI. You given a promise to the department how much amount is applied ma? 32 in case 1. In future, how much you are going to apply ma? 32. But still now, you applied 23 only. But in the next case, you applied only 25. Remember, amount deferred in which year ma? 24-25. And are to be applied till this year. Can you tell me how much ma? You are required to be applied this amount, but as of now at the end of the previous year before this date you applied how much ma? 23 lakh as well as 25 lakh. How much balance needs to be applied? 19.5. This you are not applied, that's why it is an income taxable at the rate of 30% under 115 BBI. Yes, remember one mistake you can commit in that exam. Here, how much you are treated as an applied ma? 30 to 44.5. That only you are required to be applied, not 45. Students are doing the, instead of 44.5, they are taken 45 from the question. No need to apply 45. How much exemption we are taken ma? 30 to 44.5. In future also you are required to be applied this only. But they are asking for this previous year. Can you tell me at the year end how much you applied? 23 and 25 only. Yes, I can take exemption over and above what ma? That is treated as income. This problem important. No, important means nothing but in past examination they are given for 7 marks also. So that's why remember. Yes, any year also, sir, first year easily you can do. There is a general format of trust computation only. But here only you have to apply your sense. What is that? Yes, what is that promise you given ma? This amount. What is that year? What is that promise? This amount. But can you tell me, amount deferred, you are required to be applied till this year. Yes sir, are to be applied till this year. But you applied or not applied ma? Not applied. How much amount is not applied? 19.5. This is only now we can treat as what? Income. Next question number 18 also. CA final study material question ma? Question number 18. And question number 19 also we can do. 18-19 ma CA final sums easy only. Listen. Institutions, if they are given institution also, trust also, don't think about it. Promotion of education and they are claiming the exemption under section 11. Sir, from which year they are claiming the exemption under section 11 ma? 1994. Fees collected from the students. Fees collected from the student, that is a general income. Construction of what ma? New computer science laboratory. Land acquired for cricket field for that purpose of students. Amount earmarked and asset aside for that construction of arts building within next what ma? 4 years. Remember, one income is there, 14 lakhs. Sorry, 14 crores. This is an income. Standard exemption, how much ma? 14 into 15%. How much ma? 2.1. Sir, fees received only income here ma. Standard exemption. Please calculate 85%. Yes, 11.9. From this. Yes, sir. These are all our trust purposes or not ma? Yes. Sorry. These are all are for institution purposes or not? Yes. This one, this one, this one also. 0.5. These two are already applied ma. But this is an what ma? Asset aside and applied. In future, sir, asset aside must be for how many years? 5 years. No, 4 years only. Yes. These two are applied. This is an what ma? Asset aside. Finally, what is the total income ma? 5.4. Here itself I can calculate ma. Simply 14 minus 15%. How much? 11.9. Minus 11.9. 0.5%. 2, 4. Then you will get in 5.4. This is only total income of an trust. This is an CF final question for 7 marks. In CMA final, if they are giving, yes, you have to write the note points. Okay. If you are solving all also, they will not give a SC note point 1. Yes, this is also for trust institution purposes. Accumulated also, we can get it as an exemption under 11 subsection 2. That note points, if you written, then only you will get in marks. Question number 19 also CA final study material question and past examination question for 7 marks. Sir, maybe now you can ignore the trust chapter, but day before exam, maybe you want to know that at least trust format. You don't know before examination. Many students are asking, sir, please send me trust format and please explain and please send me voice note. ఈ 3 months ఏం బీకారు? మిమ్మల్ని అన్నట్లా జనరల్గా చెప్తున్నాను, ఇన్ని నెలలు చదవరు, ఇంట్రెస్ట్ అట్లీస్ట్ ఇంట్రెస్ట్ చూపించరు. నేను సెలెక్టివ్గా రిప్లై ఇస్తాను ఎగ్జామ్ ముందు రోజు నార్మల్గా ఆన్లైన్ స్టూడెంట్స్కి. సెలెక్టివ్ ఇన్ ద సెన్స్ ప్రీవియస్గా కొన్ని నెంబర్స్ గుర్తుంటాయి. ఐ విల్ రిజిస్టర్ సమ్ నెంబర్స్ ఇన్ మై మైండ్ రా. ఓకే, స్టూడెంట్ డేటాబేస్తో కూడా ఎదుగుతా. వాళ్ళు సిన్సియర్గా అప్పటి వరకు చదివారా, దెన్ రిప్లై ఇస్తా. అదర్వైజ్ ఎవరు ముందు రోజు నన్ను వాళ్ళు కన్ఫ్యూజ్ చేస్తారు, అడిగి వచ్చిన హాఫ్ నాలెడ్జ్తో. ఫ్యాక్ట్ మాట్లాడే హట్ అయితే ఏడవండి పర్లా. ఎస్ సార్. నెక్స్ట్ క్వశ్చన్ నెంబర్ 19. పబ్లిక్ చారిటబుల్ ట్రస్ట్ రిజిస్టర్డ్ అండర్ 12 AB. Previous year ending, deriving gross income 21 lakh. Can you tell me gross income means what? General donations. Corpus? No. Corpus directly exempt, not included here. Anonymous donation taxable at normal tax rate also included here. Anonymous donation taxable at the rate of 30% not included here. Capital gain income, business income, if any, interest incomes also included in this. Now, 21 lakh, how they are received? Properties from trust, that means house property, business, voluntary contributions from the public. So, general donations are there, house property related incomes are there, and business, all together how much? 21. They applied the 11.6 lakh towards the charitable purposes only. Remember, we applied how much? 11.6 lakh for charitable purpose during the year in which it includes the repayment of loan taken for the construction of orphanage. No problem. If any loan taken under construction, that is not treated as applied. If we are doing the repayment, but remember, in that 11.6, it already included. So remember, my 11.6 includes the repayment of orphanage. That means how much we can take it as applied totally? 11.6. But first 21 minus 15%, 17.85. Yes, sir. What is that? 17.85. So this is what my standard exemption. From this, yes, sir. From this, amount spent for charitable purposes. Okay, exclude loan. So can you tell me 11.6 minus how much? 3.6. Purely how much? 11.6 minus 3.6, 8 lakh. This 8 lakh for charitable purpose we utilize. Then repayment related, remember why we are not given based on next point. The entire expenditure incurred construction of orphanage allowed as an application in which year? 2021 only. Already this 3.6 related we taken as an application in an earlier years. Again we can give it as an application? No. So generally loan we are taken. Okay, loan repayment starting year to within 5 years at any time we can take. But remember, Now we are in which year ma? Previous year 24-25. In this year repayment done na. From that what ma? This 21 lakh. How much repayment done? 3.6. But this 3.6 lakh worth of amount already we taken as an application in the last year. Now in this previous year 24-25 we can't give it as an what application. So clearly note point. Please check it out. Yes. What is it? Please check. Any application for charitable religious purpose from loan or borrowing in that considered year shall not be treated as application for that charitable or religious purpose. That means what ma? If any loan taken, loan utilized for the charitable purpose, that is not treated as what ma? Application. We know this point very well. But next, amount not treated as application. But remember, it is treated as application in the year what ma? Loan is repaid. But here loan repaid, but why we are not taken as a deduction application ma? Earlier years already considered for that application. Again, if it is given, double application will be treated. No. Proviso, which proviso? Fourth proviso 2. Explanation 422. 11 subsection 1. Clarifies. Remember, not apply. However, this above provision is not applied. If loan or borrowing made on or before 31st March 2021. Yes, sir. So that is nothing but transitional point, ma. Remember, amount spent on construction of orphanage allowed in the previous year 2021. Repayment of loan taken purpose. ES will not be allowed as application as it would amount to what ma? Double deduction. Remember, in this year already we considered as an what ma? Application. In which year ma? 2021. So during the previous year, suppose repayment done. Which year repayment done? 24-25. So it is not treated as application. Why ma? If it is treated as application, it leads to what ma? Double deduction. Simple ra? Before this date, yes sir, loan taken a year only, they are given deduction. What is the date ma? 31st March 2021. Yes, clearly 11 subsection 1 given the loan taken a year, you can't get any deduction. Loan repayment year, yes, you can get deduction. That provision is not applicable before what ma? 31st March 2021. Okay, you are taken loan, that is allowed on loan on the time. Can you tell me this year is nothing but before this date or not ma? 31st March 2021? Yes. Previously provision is nothing but if you are taken loan and applied, you can take deduction. But when this provision changed ma? 31st March 2021, after that loan taken here and if you applied, that is not treated as applied. If you are repaying, then only applied. Are you understood? Again I am saying it is a transitional point. Again I will tell you, previously in this year, if you are taken loan directly, if it is applied for charitable purpose, you can take it as deduction ma. So treated as applied, deduction is an already claim. But after this, what is that provision changed? Repayment time you can take deduction. Again at the time of repayment, if they are given deduction, what will happen ma? Double deduction. Yes sir. Again I am explaining ma. Previously what is that provision? In past. Yes sir. Loan if you taken, use it for what purposes ma? Charitable purposes. It is treated as what ma? Applied only. But after this date, so based on this point, you are already claimed the application in that what ma? 2021. Now present, what is that provision we are following after amendment ma? Loan taken and if you used for charitable purposes, it is applied or not applied ma? Not applied. It is not treated as applied. When it is applied ma? Loan repayment. What is that? Loan repayment. If any loan repayment is done, that is treated as what ma? Applied. But already previously we taken this amount as a deduction. Again if you are taken, that leads to what ma? Double application. That's why they are not given. Simply, yes, you can remember already it is taken as an application in this year. Again we can't give it as an application. Now please open concept book. I want to tell you some points. Then after we can come back. Concept book. Then concept book lo chadavalani cheppa. Yes sir. And one more thing, no need to remember that earlier provisions. Earlier means nothing but sir, one date you said in this question sir. But I didn't remember that date. No need to check. These are all the dates whatever given in the note points. So before loan taken here only, yes, you are applied and you taken it as an applied, but as of now treatment is different. What is the treatment? Applied year. Loan applied for charitable purpose, that is not treated as an exemption. If your loan repayment is started, then only that will be treated as applied. Now what is that concept book? Please open. Trust chapter. Yes, already I discussed about the first regime and what much second regime. First regime for universities, second regime for that what much charitable and religious. No problem. You can go with the regime 1 and regime 2 also. But can you tell me what is that date? 1st October, that means 1/10/2024. Which regime is discontinued? First regime is discontinued. Types of trust related point also I mentioned. Public trust we have, private trust we have. One is in specific, one is in discretionary. Now I am talking about the first regime. Now I am talking about the first regime. As of now I mentioned about the second regime provision. So under first regime, can you tell me? I mentioned only 10 subsection 23C. If you are observing that handwritten notes also, in first page I mentioned the remember 10 subsection 23C. Now I will talk about the subsections also. Yes, even though you are thinking, yes sir, it is in huge also, no problem, but I will tell you. I will tell you. Even though whether that is a question is tested in that exam or not to be tested, or in future also, if they are not asking also, I will tell you. Okay, remember what is that first regime? 10 subsection 23C. But now how many subsections? Read. 10 subsection 23 class 3 AB, 10 subsection 23 class 3 AC and class 3 AD, class 3 AE. That means in class 3 AB, AC, AD, AE you have. Now class 4, class 5, class 6, class 6 A. I will tell you first, remember. Sir, why I am telling this? In exam, okay, if they are given 10 subsection 23, you can understood easily. Yes, institution are going for registration under first or approval under first regime. But if they are given the subclauses, or clauses, you are confusing. No problem, we can discuss. Remember. First, what is that clause number? 3B. 3AB. Activity scope, nothing but your institution activity must be what in this. Then exemption conditions, whatever income you are receiving, that income is totally exempt. Totally exempt. But condition is what? That educational institution wholly or substantially financed by the government. Can you tell me some examples of these? Gurukulams, APRJCs. So wholly or substantially financed by the government. Whatever that income if they are receiving, that is completely exempt. That needs to be registered under 10 subsection 23C. Yes sir. Clause. Sir, medical also. Nothing but what? Hospitals. Yes sir. But condition is what? Wholly and substantially financed by the government. Again, sir, nothing but now I have an educational institution. If I am going for registration under this section, my registration means approval. Okay, if I am using the registration, but under this regime approval. Sir, if I am taken under this section, completely exempt, but condition is there, wholly or partly funded by the government. Next also what? Complete your income is exempt, but condition is wholly or partly funded by the, financed by the, but, sir, again educational institution, sir, but, section number changed. What is the section number? 10 subsection 23 C class 3 A D. But here what is the condition? Not with respect to the finance of government. If aggregate annual receipt does not exceed 5 crores, then your income will be exempt completely. Next medical, but section number changed. Previously, what is that condition? Wholly or substantially financed by the government. But here condition again what? AE. You aggregate annual receipt does not exceed 5 crore. Sir, in which subclass they are going for registration, you have to check. Yes, what is that condition they are required to satisfy for that exemption also, you have to check. Sir, educational institution, yes, they can go with the two sections. One is in class 3AB, another one is in class 3AD. Sir, which is better? First two better. There is no condition. If substantially or wholly financial by the government, enough. There is no requirement of the limit of turnovers, etc. But limit of turnovers are mentioned in what, ma? Next two sections. Now, next. What is that class? 23C, class 4, 5. I want to talk these two things combinedly, ma. Why? Please listen. Charitable. Charitable purpose which is important for in India and its states. Next one, ma. Wholly for public religious purpose. Wholly for that what, ma? Public charitable purpose. Now, what is that point? Trust or institution approved on or before. Yes, sir. Before. And application for that approval filed before said date and got approved thereafter. Mandatorily, now you have to take the what, ma? Approval. Yes. But on no approval shall be granted if you are applied on or after this date. Why? Because first regime is discontinued. Ma, to be honest, here approval is also not required. If this condition satisfied, directly you can take exemptions. Under these sections, there is no mandatory registrations and approvals. But if charitable, wholly charitable and religious purposes, you have to take the approval under these sections. Under which regime, ma? First regime. If before this date, on or after, no approval is granted, they need to go for second regime. Next, ma. Already we discussed education and medical. If their receipts are does not exceed 5 crores, directly what exemption. If exceeds 5 crores, they are required to take the registration before this date. Nothing but what, ma? Yes, sir. Approved before this date. Okay. If they want to apply on or after, can you tell me approval can be given? Here no approval. Why? Discontinued, ma. First regime is discontinued. They are required to take from the second regime. Yes, sir. Means, can you tell me 4 sections related approval is required or not required? Not required. If this condition satisfied, that's enough. You can take the exemption. But charitable purpose, charitable trust or wholly religious can definitely needs to take the approval. Before this date applied, definitely they will give an approval. On or after, no approval under this regime. Next, sir, below 5 crores, okay, sir. Then if exceeds the 5 crores, take the approval. Now here I have a question. Yes, important, ma. Based on this only you can get the question also. Question number 1. Point number 1, ma. Here we are using the wholly financed and substantially financed. What do you mean by the substantial? Not 20, here 50. Here what, ma? 50. Government grant, if anything is there to the university, other educational institution, hospital during the previous year, if that exceeds the 50% of the total receipts. Substantially financed means nothing but out of our total receipts if they are given the more than 50%. Next, ma. Sir, I have one institution. I am doing both the activities. Now my limit will be 5 plus 5 or totally 5. Are you understood? I have one institution. I am giving the education as well as the medical things also. So can you tell me AD and AE I am doing combinedly. Now the limit of annual receipts for the each and everything combinedly or individually, that is only exam question. Where the person receives from the, where a person what, ma? Receives from the, as a receives from the institution specified in subclass what, ma? 3AD. What is the 3AD, ma? Educational institution. Next one, ma. As well as subclass 3AE. What is that, ma? Medical. So what is that condition we have to check, ma? Aggregate annual receipt does not exceed 5 crore. Now combined receipts, so we have to check. That means educational 3 crores you received. Yes, sir. Medical also 3 crores. Can you tell me now exceeds how much, ma? 5 crore. Exemption given? No. They are required to take the registration because 5 crores exceeded. Yes, sir. Now remember, if combined receipts exceeds 5 crores, that person is not eligible for exemption under these respective clauses. What they are required to do, if exceeds, they are required to go for registration. Yes, before this date, first regime. On or after, they are required to go for second regime. Next, this is only conditions and norms are availing for the exemption under what are the clauses, ma? 4, 5, 6, 6A. First regime. are largely similar for this exemption of section 11 to what ma 13. This is very important. Second regime we discussed the which provisions ma already. In second regime, which provisions we discussed already ma 11 to 13. Okay, registration procedure we don't know as of now, but exemptions we know 11 and 12 and 13 also some sections we discussed. These are that institution, medical as well as education, directly income is what exempt. If these conditions are satisfied, income is directly what exempt. But remember, class 4, 5, 6, 6A. Registration procedure also you have to go. Next one exemption provisions also. Nothing but standard exemption applied, deemed to be applied, set aside and applied. These are all are similar. In first regime, can you tell me what are the institutions we have to check 10 subsection 23 C class how much 4 to class 4 to 6A for these institutions. Can you tell me? Remember? Conditions and norms. Already we discussed what are the conditions. If corpus donations are there, deposit to the safe investment modes. Applied meaning, deemed to be applied. Applied also in India. If loan is used, yes, in loan used here, we can't treat it as applied next 5 years. And cash expenditure also, if more than 10,000, we have to incur in electronic mode. TDS point, whatever the conditions and norms we discussed for second regime. That is similar for that what first regime. These conditions and norms, whatever we discuss, yes, these regimes are, these conditions are what same. Why we mentioned about these only? For these only we have to check the condition. But in that first 3 AB, AC, AD, AE, in these sections, directly income is what exempt. So now I can ask one question. Which institutions are required to register under first regime? Or maybe under second regime? Which institutions? Charitable purpose, religious purpose, and education institution receives more than 5 crore, medical institution receives more than 5 crore. These are only required to be get registered and required to satisfy the conditions, same conditions like regime 2 for getting exemptions. Then what about class 3AB, 3AC, 3AD, 3AE? Directly if these conditions are satisfied, exempt. I hope are you getting the clarity about these classes. Don't by heart, just remember first 4 are if conditions satisfied, that's enough and we can take exemption. But next 4 related definitely we need to go for the registration under regime 1 or regime 2 as the case may be. Yes, now combined receipts are nearly here they are given the 5 crores. If you are doing both 10 crores limit or 5 crores, 5 crores only. Yes, question number 1 and 2 now we can discuss from the workbook. Yes, we are not discussing the 1 and 2. Now we can discuss the question number 1 and the question number 2. Now you can enjoy the discussion of the subclasses. Yes, sir. In CA final batches also, many are not telling that provisions because they don't know. And first, for trust chapter, last attempt for preparation of this material, I taken 1 month time. Okay, in workbook we have this type of questions. If I am opening the workbook, what is that base theory? I can't find in your material. In CA materials also, I can't find the proper theory. Now you can do these 2 questions without any second thought also. If you are starting of the reading, you can say answer easily, but presentation it will take some time. Okay, I taken CS materials. I taken CS materials for drafting the theory for supporting answers. Okay, you can enjoy now. Educational institution having annual receipt of how much amount 3.8. Now annual receipt below 5 crore is there. Okay, no need of what they are availed the exemption under which section, please check 3 AD. So can you tell me we have in sections of what so 3 AB directly exempt, 3 AC also directly exempt. What condition? Government finance. Now we are in 3 AD. Yes, that must be turnover less than how much 5 crore. In the question also they are mentioning the what less than 5 crore. Now assessing officer denied the exemption on the grounds of educational institution not made any application to prescribed authority for approval under this section. Sir, approval is required. For which sections approval is required? Class 4, 5, 6, 6A. I already told her approval is required for that 4. So nothing but under regime 1 also, you want to go for approval in case of public charitable trust, public religious trust, and educational institution and medical institution who annual receipt is more than 5 crore. Here less than 5 crore. Yes, which class ma? Third class. That's why. Yes, can you tell me assessing officer action is correct or incorrect? Ma? Incorrect. Dana? Next. This is a combined turnover. Not for profit trust. They are doing the two. One is an educational as well as hospital. Two things they are running. So hospital related and educational. Can you tell me first educational related how many crores? 3. Hospital related how many crores? 4. Can you tell me aggregate means here 7. It is exceeded what? 4. Can you tell me they want to avail the exemption under 1023C 3AD 3AE? They can go? No. Why? Combined receipts we have to check. Combined receipts 7, that exceeds about 5 crore. Now they are required to go for which classes? Class 6 6A. Class 6 6A. That is only they will suggest. Now they are given the clarification. What is that? Aggregate we have to check. If that aggregate exceeds the 5 crore, yes, they can't get the exemption under these classes. Exemption under these classes available or not available? Not available. Because it is 7 crores, they can't avail the exemption under the class 3 AD AE. Then what is the remedy? What is the remedy? They need to go for approval under class 6 6A. Easy or difficult? Easy. But you have to at least refer this theory for things. Now, sir, this is only my second regime summary. Second regime summary. Can you tell me section 11 we discussed? What is the section 11? Section 11 nothing but what is that income? 12 also, 12A also, 12A, 12B, 13 not required much, just summary. Whatever the second regime provisions are there, the second regime provisions only we have to apply for the first regime institutions from the 10 subsection 23 class C. Section 10 subsection 23 class 4, 5, 6, 6A. The same conditions. I will tell you these remaining sections also, don't worry. Registration procedures 12AA, 12AB, I will tell you. The same registration procedure, same conditions, same norms will be applicable for the first regime institutions. Clear? Now, directly, this all the points we discussed, charitable meaning, 11 subsection 1 and these note points, 11 subsection 2, 11 subsection 3, 4, 4A, 5, 6, 7. Now we are going to start with the 12A also done. What is the 12A? Conditions. Yes, conditions for applicability of 11 and 12. So the trust must be registered and total income before claiming an exemption exceeds the basic exemption limit. We are required to maintain the books of accounts and tax audit. And last condition, we have to file the return. So trust return required to file under section 139 4A. What is that? 139 4A. When they are required to file, if the total income before claiming an exemption under section 11 exceeds the basic exemption limit, what is the return of income due date? 31st October of an assessment year. Yes, sir, take a break. I need a break. Okay, whether you are listening perfectly or not also, but I need a break. Take half an hour break. Then after I will try to complete the registration. Two concepts only pending. First one, registration procedures. Under first regime, second regime. Under second regime, I will tell you. But first regime, who needs to go for application for registration? So 10 subsection 23 class 4 to 6A. They are only required to go for approval. Next, second regime related, I will tell you. Registration procedure is pending. After registration procedure, we can complete the question number 11 and 12. 11 and 12 is based on registration concept. And the next, exit tax. What is that? Exit tax. Exit tax means simply one word. Sir, during the registration period, every year we are claiming exemption under section 11. Means we are applying for trust purposes and we are not at all paying even single rupee of tax also. We accumulated so many assets of the trust by using that exemptions of section 11. all of the sudden we want to exit from the trust to commercial business entity. Yes, you can convert, no problem. As of now, we are running a trust. Hereafter, we want to convert it into commercial business entity. No problem. But you are exiting from the trust. That's why please pay the exit tax. So that questions definitely there is a capability. Nothing but they can give the type of questions for 14 marks also in second question in our exam. Day before exam also many students are asking sir exit tax, exit tax. Already exit అయిపోయింది last లో exit tax లో. So please remember two concepts only in this chapter pending. The first one registration, second one exit tax. Okay, take half an hour break. Yes, ma'am. Now we can start with the exit tax. What is the section number dealing with the exit tax in case of trust? 115 TD. Remember section number also. Anonymous donation taxability section number 115 BBC. But now 115 TD. Tax on accredited income. Means what? As of now, you are enjoying the benefits of the exemptions given for the trust or institution. You accumulated many assets as of now. But if you are converting into non-eligible form, now on that accredited income, please pay tax. Whatever that income you are accumulated up to now, yes, on that you are required to pay the tax, and then after you can convert into the non-eligible form. Non-eligible form means other than trust. So this simply we can call it as what ma? Exit tax also. Yes, remember tax on accredited income, or we can call it as an exit tax. The provisions given under which section? 115 TD. Now, in which cases we are required to pay the exit tax? Can you tell me how many cases ma? 3. In these 3 cases, trust required to pay the exit tax. First, important ma, if you remember these 3 cases, then discussion also will be over mostly. First case, conversion of trust into non-eligible form. Conversion of trust into non-eligible. Can you tell me eligible form means trust or institution registered under 10 subsection 23C or 12AA or 12AB. In first regime, 10 subsection 23C. In second regime, 12AA or 12AB. But from that into, you are converting the trust into non-eligible form. Yes, sir. How we can convert? First one, your registration cancelled. Why our registration can be cancelled? I think you know one section. If trust not acted in accordance with the objectives or not complying with the law, and you are using funds for any other purpose, in such cases, registration can be cancelled. Yes, if any registration cancelled, at that time you are required to pay what? Exit tax. Second one, you are modifying your objectives. So trust can modify its objectives, yes. But after modification, example, as of now I am running the orphanage, but hereafter I want to convert my objectives into providing education. That is possible. But after modifying your objectives, you have to apply for the fresh registration. But if you are not applied for fresh registration in that year, you are not applied for that what ma? Fresh registration. Even applied also, the registration is rejected or application is rejected or accepted ma? Rejected. In such a case also, you are required to pay the exit tax. Sir, normally trust can modify its objectives, no problem. But if you want to modify your objectives, you have to apply for fresh registration. If you are not applied also they are rejected. In such a case, you are required to pay the what ma? Exit tax. These points are very, very important. In which cases trust required to pay exit tax? Sir, non-eligible form means simply your registration cancel means you are in a non-eligible form. You are changing your objectives, yes, no problem, but you are not applied for the registration. Registration applied also, registration rejected means you are in a non-eligible form only. Automatically, you are required to pay the exit tax. Second point. Yes, sir. Merger. Merger means nothing but what? Now our trust is merging with the another trust. Can be done or cannot be done? Can be done, but with the similar objectives. Now I am running a trust with the charitable trust, orphanage home. Can I merge with the similar objectives of the trust? Yes, but that also should be registered. But merger into not having the similar objects or not registered under 12AA or 12AB. Now this merger is recognized or not recognized? Not recognized. So you are required to pay the exit tax. First one, converted into non-eligible form. Second one, merged with the similar objectives of the trust and registered trust. Okay, but now you are merging into not having similar objectives, or you are merging into unregistered trust. You are merging with the unregistered. So in this case, definitely we are required to pay what ma? What is that ma? Exit tax. Third one, very easy, you can do the problem within seconds also. Seconds. Yes, but theory is important for doing the problems. Third one, non-distribution of assets on dissolution of any trust or institution. Can you tell me section numbers ma? Trust can be registered by using how many sections ma? 2. Previously 12AA, now 12AB. Trust, that is an institution. 10 subsection 23. If I am asking the clauses also 4, 5, 6, 6a. Now, example, if any trust dissolved means what ma? We are only closing our registration. We are only stopping our activities. Yes, you can stop. No one can do business forever. No one can run the trust also forever. You can discontinue. After discontinuation, you have to distribute all your assets to the, yes sir, any other registered trust or institution. Yes, now I am discontinuing. Yeah, I have to give all my assets to any other registered trust or institution. Within how many months I required to do this process? 12 months. From the end of the month in which dissolution happened. If you are not doing this, within how many months? 12 months. You are also required to pay exit tax. Sir, if these three cases, if you remember, then only I will proceed further. Otherwise, again, I will tell you this, because multiple times we can do these points in our further discussions also. Remember, when we are required to pay the exit tax, because of three reasons. Conversion of the trust into non-eligible form. Example, non-eligible form means registration cancelled or trust objectives changed. Objectives changed, okay, but you are not applied for fresh registration. Applied also rejected. Now you are in a non-eligible form. So that's why you are required to pay exit tax. Sir, we can merge with the any other entity having the similar objectives, that too registered. But you are now merging with the any other trust not having the similar objectives, or the trust may be unregistered, or that institution may be unregistered. Third case, ma'am. After dissolution of trust, within how many months we need to distribute our assets to the registered trust or institution? 12 months. 12 months from the end of the month in which dissolution happened. But if you are not distributing within 12 months, then you are required to pay exit tax. And, sir, no. Sir, income tax, how we are paying? On income, we are applying the tax rates. Here also, exit tax required to be calculated on what, ma? Accredited income. I will tell you what do you mean by the accredited income. But what is the rate we are going to apply, ma? MMR. In first chapter, I told already, maximum marginal tax rate for the trust we are required to calculate. What is the highest slab rate for the trust, ma? 30. Whether they are following the, yes sir, default also, normal also. Next, 12% what, ma? Surcharge. 12 only, ma? Surcharge. Don't apply 37 or 25. 12%. And can you tell me 4% what, ma? Health and education cess. All together, please calculate effective rate. Try to remember that rate also. Like this, we remembered one rate in international taxation transfer pricing 20.9664. Additional income tax we can pay in order to avoid the secondary adjustment. So now what is the rate, ma? 30 plus 12% plus 4%. How much, ma? 34.944%. Yes, sir. If you are not remembered this rate, we can't do anything. Now, exit tax means how we are going to calculate also, you know, accredited income. On that we are required to pay the 34.944%. Now I am discussing about the, what do you mean by the accredited income? What do you mean by the accredited income? Can you tell me? All your assets of the trust calculate fair market value and do aggregate. 100 assets are there, ma? That all 100 assets fair market value aggregate and please find out one value. Minus, sir, we are accumulating assets, but liabilities also can be accumulated. Yesterday I said, yes, trust can go for loans also. Trust can go for that liabilities also they can do. Now, whatever the liabilities are there, yes, please reduce the liabilities. That will be called as what, ma? Accredited income. Assets, which values we have to add, ma? Fair market value. Minus what, ma? Liabilities. That is only effectively we are created as of now as an income. Simply, assets minus what, ma? Liabilities. As of now, whatever the net worth you generated. Okay, but this understanding is wrong in case of trust. Whatever the net assets you accumulated as of now, that is only accredited income. On that, please pay the tax at the rate of 34.944. Clear? So as of now, we discussed in which cases we have to pay exit tax and what is that amount of exit tax and on which amount we are required to apply the exit tax rate. Next. So first we have to value the what, ma? Assets. While valuation of assets, yes, remember, we have to aggregate the fair market value of all assets in balance sheet on what date? Valuation date. Sir, which date a fair market value we are required to take? The date only called as what? Valuation date. Now I will tell you first what is that valuation date we are required to take. What is that? Valuation date. Last page in this chapter, 265, please open. And first we'll discuss about the which date values we are required to take. That means, yes, we are calculating the fair market value of all assets and minus liabilities. Which date values we have to take? That may be starting date or ending date of the year or middle of the dates, etc. We have to discuss the valuation date for the assets and liabilities. Now, can you tell me here I written how many points, 3 points. Please take what are the 3 points, one by one. First one, these are all are because of 3 reasons only we are required to pay exit tax. First one, conversion into non-eligible form. Conversion into what? Non-eligible form. Because of the registration cancellation or we are modifying the what? Objectives. Okay. I haven't trust now, registered trust only. Today registration cancelled. How I can know about my registration cancelled? If date order given by whom? CIT. So today they are given the one order. In that order they are saying yes, your registration is cancelled. That order date only. Suppose today they are given the order. Today values only I required to take for calculating the fair market value of asset and liabilities, and I can calculate the accredited income. In question also, yes sir, because of this reason, if registration, I required to pay exit tax. What is the date we have to take? Date of order of cancellation. Who can give the date of cancellation? Order of cancellation, CIT. Now, sir, no sir, we are modifying our objectives, sir, but I am not applied for registration. Applied also they are rejected. From the date of modification, you are not at all treated as a registered trust and you are treated as a what? Non-eligible form. From the date of modification, yes, you are treated as what? Non-eligible form only. On these date values only we are required to take for computing the exit tax. So these dates are important. Even in 14-mark question, if you are not known about these dates, if you are taken any wrong values also, entire problem will be wrong. Sir, first case, can you tell me registration cancel means CIT order given date. Modification of objectives means date of modification of objectives. Now, if any merger done into, can you tell me what? Not having similar objectives or unregistered trust or institution. Simply date of merger. In such a case, sir, because of this reason, if you are paying exit tax, which values we have to take? Merger date. Next, non-distribution of assets within how many months? 12 months from the end of the month in which dissolution done. If you are not distributing within 12 months, you are required to pay exit tax. In this case, which date valuation we have to consider? The date of dissolution. These 3 are simple. Modification date, merger date, dissolution date. But this is only order given by CIT. Now, shall we discuss again? Again means nothing but I want to forward this discussion with you how to value the assets. Now valuation date, how many valuation dates depends upon situation. That may be date of CIT order, date of changing the objectives, date of merger, date of dissolution. Sir, all dates I have to take. Depends upon situation. Please take the date of valuation. Now all assets are specific assets in balance sheet. All assets in balance sheet. Which value? Fair market value. But exclude these assets. Not include means what? Exclude. What are that? If any asset acquired out of agricultural income. Sorry, if asset acquired out of the donations, income of the trust, okay, then I can pay exit tax. But these are assets are acquired out of the what? Agricultural income. So that's why on that no need to pay exit tax. That's why please exclude in the valuation of the assets. Next one. Second point. Assets acquired from the date of creation of the trust to the date of registration becomes effective. This point I want to tell you. Example. Today I am created a trust. No one can object you. So today I want to create an orphanage home. Anyone can object that? No. Without registration also you can take, no problem. Today I taken a one building and orphans are there. I am conducting the charitable trust operations. After few months I will apply for what? Registration. Now department will check all the activities in past. Remember 5 months back I created, today I am applying for registration. Now they will check these 5 months activities. If these activities are in genuine, they will give the registration. Are you clear? Suppose, yes sir, what is that month? June. June I created the trust. But registration taken in which month? September. Registration becomes effective also from which month? September. In meantime, if you purchased any asset, that assets, that is your own assets only. These assets are acquired from your own money, not from the exempted purpose. Example, from this date only you can get what? Exemptions. After getting the registration only, you can take exemption under section what? 11. Before you are not taking any exemption. That's why whatever the asset you acquired, that is your own assets only. On that, no need to pay exit tax. That is only asset acquired from the date of creation to date on which registration becomes effective. Sir, after registration, I purchased assets. All these assets now you have to consider for valuation. Yes, sir. Now, for taking this exemption only, what we are done now, purchasing of assets from the gross income. But here we are not purchasing any assets from the gross income. Even though I purchased from gross income also, they are not giving any exemption. How they can take for the valuation purpose? First thing, assets acquired from agricultural income. If any asset acquired from the date of creation to that what date of registration becomes effectiveness. Can you tell me all these assets? Definitely I can purchase assets. These assets cannot be considered for valuation. Next yes ma'am. You know, if any trust dissolved or institution is dissolved, within how many months we need to distribute? 12 months from the end of the month of dissolution. Within 12 months, if you distributed, ignore that assets. If you are not distributed any assets after 12 months also, that assets only we have to consider for valuation. Assets distributed to other trust or institution, that other trust is what registered under 12AA, 12AB or 10 subsection 23C within 12 months from the end of the month in which dissolution. Sir, example, I distributed the 100 assets. I have only 120 assets. How many assets I distributed within 12 months? 100. Now these 100 assets not considered for the valuation. Only how many assets I need to consider which are not distributed within 12 months. How many? 20. The 20 assets only I have to consider for valuation. Remember, next, what are the things you have to exclude? That means not included TDS, TCS, advance tax. Next one, deferred revenue expenditure. Remember these 5. Yes, sir, in exam also they can give these 5 also. Yes, you have to exclude these 5 assets. Remaining all assets in balance sheet, you have to take the fair market value on valuation date. I think you know what do you mean by the valuation date. Date of CIT order, date of modification of objectives, date of merger, date of dissolution. Now, assets are what? And the assets related fair market value, how we are required to take. Sir, in my balance sheet, there is an asset, quoted securities and securities and shares. What do you mean by the quoted shares and securities? Listed shares and listed securities are held as an assets. Trust invested in some listed companies. For trust, these are assets or liabilities? Assets. Now, what is the value we have to take? Fair market value, you know. On what date? Valuation date. Now, what is the fair market value? So listed means these are all are trading on a stock exchanges, right? Okay. Valuation data. Okay, suppose today only, date of merger or date of CIT order, date of dissolution, date of changing the modification, objectives modification, today only. Today trading done. Trading, if it is done on valuation date, lowest rate of the day and highest rate of the day average you have to take. Fair market value only. How you can know about the fair market value? If trading done on the day, lowest rate and highest rate of that security or share average you have to take. Such trading not at all done on the valuation date. So can you tell me trading will be done on holidays? No. But unfortunately, our merger is done on holiday. On that day, valuation is not done. Sorry, trading is not done. What we are required to do? Immediately preceding date to the valuation date. Immediately preceding means nothing but yesterday. If yesterday trading done, okay. Otherwise, please go for one more immediate preceding day. On that date, what is the things you have to take? Simply average. Simply what ma? Average. Average means many students are taking average means opening and closing. No. Highest rate of the day and lowest rate of the day you have to take. Clear? Now. Sir, this is very important. Unquoted shares and securities valuation. Unquoted means what ma? Unlisted. Sorry, in balance sheet of the, yes sir, in balance sheet. Which balance, whose balance sheet ma this one? Trust. Listed shares and securities are there. I think now you understood which value we have to take. Fair market value on the valuation date only we have to consider. But trading done that day, trading not done, immediately preceding trading day we have to take. Now, unquoted there. Unquoted means what ma? Unlisted. Unlisted securities are there. Yes sir. Unlisted securities. First I want to talk about here shares and securities. One treatment only we are following. Shares also, securities also, we are following only one treatment. But in unlisted, yes, I want to classify the what is that ma? Unlisted equity shares valuation. I want to unlisted what ma? Equity shares. So how we are valuing separately I will tell you, and others I want to take. Sir, others means what ma? Other than equity preference also, or any other unlisted securities like debentures also, or bonds also, or whatever it may be. Sir, again I am saying, please check it out. Quoted shares, that may be equity shares, preference shares, securities, one type of valuation only they are giving. If this is an unquoted shares and securities, first I am talking about what? Equity shares. Next page I am talking about what ma? Other than unquoted what? Equity shares. Other than what ma? Unquoted shares and securities. That means unquoted means here what? Equity. Equity related valuation, how it will be, I will tell you. Mar, you understood? This valuation done. Now unlisted securities related, equity shares first I will discuss, then others I will discuss. Others means maybe preference or debentures. Here twist is there. What is the twist I will tell you? Maybe you invested in the X Limited. So ABC Trust invested in which company? X Limited. For doing this valuation, we need to know about the X Limited balance sheet also. Now we are valuing whose assets? Trust assets. That too specifically unlisted equity shares. Sir, we invested in which company equity shares? X Limited. Now X Limited balance sheet is required. Definitely in exam they will give, otherwise they will give value also. Which balance sheet? X Limited. Sir, other company balance sheet and details is required for valuation of which asset ma? Unlisted equity shares only. Clear? So what is that formula they are given ma? A plus B minus L divided by P into PV. 14 marks over here, good school. Okay, A plus B minus L divided by PE into PV. This formula we are required to apply for which company ma? X Limited in our example. Many students are trying to apply for the trust. If you are applied, you will get a boodide. Please try to apply for the X Limited. What is the formula ma? A plus B minus L divided by PE into then one by one we can discuss. A means book value of what ma? All assets other than covered in B. So in B, what are that covered? Shares and securities fair market value. What is that ma? Shares and securities, immovable, bullion, jewelry, precious stones. What are the assets are covered in B? Shares, securities, immovable property, jewelry, bullion, if any precious stones like diamonds are available. What is that value they are saying ma? Fair market value. Next, remaining all assets related, book value only. Now, which balance sheet we have to check? Yes, A means B. First we have to check B. Which value ma? Fair market value. Other than B, whatever the assets are there. Can you give me some example? Okay, here what are the assets are covered ma? Shares, securities, next, jewelry, Yes, sir. Jewelry. Next, ma, bullion. Yes, sir. Immovable property. Next. So, any other precious stones, etc. Other than this, stock in trade, debtors, whatever is there, what value, ma? Book value. Sir, whose assets we are valuing now, ra? Where charitable trust invested unlisted equity shares. That means nothing but if you are observing X limited balance sheet, we invested in the some shares. Which shares are equity shares. Now our trust is an equity shareholder here. Done, ra? A plus B minus L means easily you can predict, ma. Liability side we have to go. Assets valuation done, ra? Liability side we have to go. Can you tell me? Book value only for liabilities you have to take. But please exclude all these assets, all these liabilities. What, ra? Simply outside liabilities valuation we have to do, ra. Whatever the asset inside, can you tell me? Paid up equity share capital, reserves and surplus, dividend, provisions, contingent liabilities. So these are two inside liabilities. That means inside means what, ma? Owner funds. Yes, if any contingents and provisions also there in your liability side, please exclude. Outside pure liabilities only you have to consider. Example, ra? Debentures, bank loan, creditors, that only you have to consider. Which values, ra? Book value. Now, simply outside pure liabilities, not contingent also. Outside liabilities, which value, ma? Book value. Yes, sir. Total we are doing. Minus also. Simply you will get what, ra? Net worth. Net worth of that company we are getting divided by what, ma? PE. Paid up equity share capital into equity share capital held by the trust. Suppose, yes, sir, 10 lakh we got, ra. What is that? A plus B minus L. Total equity is, yes, sir, paid up equity is nothing but 1 lakh shares, ra. Total how many shares, ma? 1 lakh. But we have an 10,000. Can you tell me? Calculate and tell me, ra. How much percentage, ra? Sorry. Please calculate. What is that paid up equity of this total X limited, ra? 1 lakh. Out of that, how much equity we have, ma? 10,000. I'm not saying the shares of the, yes, sir, only equity is 1 lakh. Out of that, how much we invested, ma? 10,000. How much you will get? 1 lakh. This is only value of your unlisted holding. Sorry, value of what, ma? Equity holding. Value of what, ma? Equity holding. Sir, nothing but this is a net worth. Of how many shares are there? Sorry, how much share capital is there? 1 lakh. Out of that, how much you are held, ra? That how much you held means nothing but trust held how much, ma? 10,000. You invested previously 10,000, but now that valuation will be what, ra? 1 lakh. Can you tell me in which case we have to check these are all the things, ma? Unlisted equity shares. Paid up equity share capital of the company. How much paid up equity share capital held by the trust? What is the formula? A plus B minus L divided by PE into PV. Now, as of now we discussed the valuation, ra. Then other means unlisted debentures are there, ra. Unlisted equity shares over unlisted preference shares, unlisted debentures are there. Then how we can value this, ra? Yes, here we can use the A plus, sorry, formula is what, ra? A plus B minus L divided by PE into PV. But this formula we are required to be applied for where trust invested the equities. Next, others, ra? Yes, please open. Simple, ra? No formula. Open market value you have to take. Yes, who can give this open market value, ma? If you are getting the any valuation report from the accountant and merchant banker, they will give you valuation report. Simple, ra? Many SSEs who are going for the loans also, if any person is going for that any foreign country also, they are going to value their assets and liabilities from any registered accountant or merchant banker, ra. So in that valuation, whatever the value mentioned, that is only open market value. Similarly, that is a fair market value only. Clear, ra? Now, immovable property, if anything is there. So now we are valuing the one by one assets, ma. We are valued as of now investments for the charitable trust. Now, if immovable property is there, what is that, ra? Immovable property. Unlisted done, ra? Immovable property is there. Yes, how we can value? Tell me, ma. Yes, please check, ma. Stamp duty value or open market value, whichever is higher. Sir, all assets we have to value, or some other assets we can exclude. We can exclude some assets. Already we discussed. What are the assets we excluded from the valuation, ma? Assets acquired out of agricultural income. Assets acquired out of agricultural income. Assets acquired after creation before registration. Asset distributed within 12 months from the end of the month in which dissolution. TDS, TCS, advance tax. If any, deferred revenue expenditure. Other than, now we are valuing the assets. Can you tell me immovable property, ma? Open market value, stamp duty value. Generally, which one will be higher? Open market value. But don't, okay, in some cases, in worst cases, that can be also higher. But don't remember this. Always we have to take the whichever is higher. Now, any other assets. Sir, I am discussing few assets. If any other asset is there, what is that value, ma? Anna, other assets related, please take what, ma? Open market value. Now we valued the all assets of the charitable trust, excluding some assets. Now, next part, what we are required to compute, ma? Valuation of liabilities. That is not big discussion, just liabilities related, which value, ma? Book value. Assets always we are taken fair market values. Remember, fair market values only. Yes, remember, here trading based values we are taken, means what, ma? Fair market value. Equity shares, that is unlisted, we are taken, yes, company present values or book values, we taken the what, ma? Value. Others, open market value. Here SDV or open market value, whichever is earlier. Sorry, whichever is higher. Other assets are open market value. Now, liabilities, what value they are saying? Book value. But while calculating the liabilities valuation in the balance sheet, which values we have to take, ma? Valuation date values we have to take. Book value only, but which is presented on valuation date. But please exclude these assets. What are the assets we have to, sorry, please exclude these liabilities. Can you tell me? Inside. Ma, here liabilities means in trust balance sheet, we can't find any equity, share capitals, etc. Only what, ma? Corpus funds, accumulated fund, reserves and surplus. Simply, whatever that corpus funds and reserves and surplus means, that is an own funds. And provisions also exclude. And contingent liabilities means what we have to consider outside liabilities. Yes, sir. What are the liabilities here? Outside. So that's why we have to write it down in below. Above we have an what, ma? Corpus. And next, reserves and surplus, provisions, contingencies, etc. Other than that, whatever the liabilities are there, please take that. So then, this assets total value minus liabilities, you will get what, ma? Accredited income. On that, we are required to apply 34.944%. Done. So just 2 minutes, 2 minutes only, I can revise entire things and we can do 2 problems on the exit tax. In which cases we are required to pay exit tax? 3 cases. In 3 cases, what are the 3 cases, ma? First, converted into non-eligible form. What do you mean by the non-eligible form, ma? Registration cancelled or modification of objectives. Sir, modification objectives, okay. But if you are not going for fresh registration or fresh registration application, rejected. Second one, merger into, not having the similar objective or unregistered. Next, after dissolution within the 12 months from the end of the month, you are required to distribute the assets. If you are not distributed also, you are required to pay the exit tax. Exit tax required to pay at the rate of 34.944. Yes, on accredited income. How to calculate the accredited income? Fair market value of all assets minus liabilities. Then you will get an accredited income. So now we are required to go for the valuation of assets. Valuation of assets means assets which value we have to take? Fair market value on valuation date, whatever that assets you have in your balance sheet, but exclude 5 assets. What are that 5? Assets acquired from the agricultural income. Assets acquired by the trust from the date of creation to date of registration. And if any assets are distributed within 12 months from the end of the month in which dissolution happened. Next one, TDS, TCS, advance tax, deferred revenue expenditure. These are all the things we have to exclude. Remaining assets valuation we have to do. So now, what are the assets we have? Investments. So normally, if you have taken the trust balance sheet, yes, first check the investments. If that is a listed, fair market value we have to take. If trading done, highest rate, lowest rate, average. Next, if trading not done, immediately preceding day you have to go. What date values we have to take, ma? Valuation date. What do you mean by the valuation date? Yes, 4 dates are there. Date of merger, date of modification, date of order of CIT, date of dissolution. That valuation dates values only we have to take. Now, unlisted securities, how many we can classify? 2. Unlisted equity. Here only big procedure is there. Wherever you are invested, that company, assets, liabilities, assets minus liabilities divided by PE into PV. Here, A means what, ma? All assets book value other than given in B. So, these assets related, which value we have to take, ma? Fair market value. So, other assets, book value. Outside liabilities related, which value, ma? Book value. So, remember clearly they are saying, yes, equity share capital, reserves and dividend, yes sir, provisions as well as what, ma? Contingencies. Other than all outside liabilities, book value you have to take. So, A plus B minus L divided by what is that paid up equity share capital for this company and what is that paid up equity share capital held by the trust. Then you will get a valuation of unlisted equity share. Other shares and securities, ma? Open market value issued by the merchant banker or registered accountant. Immovable properties, ma? Higher of the SDV or open market value. Other assets, open market value. Liabilities, remember all liabilities are only some, only some. Corpus funds and reserves and surplus, provisions, contingencies, all other assets related book value you can take. Shall we do questions, ra? Yes. Please open the workbook. We have 2 questions, ma. Question number 20. So, if you understood the exit tax concept, we can complete the even they are given the 1 page or 1.5 page or 2 pages question also, we can complete easily. So, maybe if they are given that more and more information like this, our solving process will be very easy. Yes. So, normally if you are observing 196, 197 page containing the question, in exam if they are given, it will be in 2 or 3 pages also. But don't yes sir think about yes how to solve etc. Start reading, automatically you will get an idea how to solve also. First, if you know 115 TD section, otherwise you don't know anything. What is that 115 TD? Exit tax. Now, help-based charitable trust set up. Help-based charitable trust set up 1/4/2010 with the object of providing relief to the whom are poor. Happy, ra? But later 1/4/2022 they changed its object to the medical relief. Sir, we can change our objectives, yes. But we have to go for what, ma? Fresh registration. They applied for the fresh registration. Yes, on which date? 1/9. That means the modification of objectives done on this date, April, but they are going for registration in September. Okay, no problem. They are granted the registration on this date, 1/2/2013. So, definitely applied also later. Registration given date also late. Can you tell me which section, ma? 12A, old section. In 2013 year, this is only section. Now what, 12AB. Done, now. First, they are incorporated in the form of providing relief to poor. After that, they are changing the objectives and they are done that what, ma? Fresh registration also. But now, 1/4/2024. 1/4/2024. Help is merged with the poor aid that is not eligible for registration under 12AB. That means second regime also, first regime also. That means they are merging with the unregistered entity. Now they are required to pay what, ma? Exit tax. Because of which reason? Second reason. Now valuation date related. What is that valuation date? Date of merger. What is the date of merger? 1/4/2024. While valuing the assets also, liabilities also, which date values we are required to take, ma? 1/4/2024. Next, please read. All assets and liabilities of the erstwhile trust means what, ma? Help is become the assets and liabilities of the poor. How they can give, that is definitely not acceptable. Why? If that is a registered trust, okay. Similar objectives, okay. But this is not at all correct. Now, trust appointed the whom? Trust appointed whom? Registered valuer for the valuation of assets and liabilities in balance sheet. And they are given the valuation also. And now they are asking calculation of what, ma? Tax liability in the hands of the trust arising as a result of merger. Can you tell me what is the tax, ma? exit tax. Because of result of that merger, they are required to pay what ma? Exit tax. Now, please check land which value we have to take right here itself we have to take a clarity. Land which values we have to take? Open market value or stamp duty value, whichever is higher. Open market value also, stamp duty also. Which date values we have to take? 1/4/2024. Now they are given book value, open market value, stamp duty value. Ignore book value. What values we have to compare? 55, 58, 100, 120, whichever is higher. But here one twist is there. While valuing the assets, some assets we have to exclude. Okay. Date of creation to date of registration becomes effective. Now, when we created the help page 1/4/2022 after changing the objectives, but sorry. First 1/4/2010 they created, but registration done on which date? 1/9/2022. That means meantime, if any assets purchased, we have to ignore. Now you can check the what are the assets we purchased in that meantime. No, that's why we have to exclude this asset from the valuation. If any asset purchased from the creation to date of registration becomes effective. Yes, can you tell me when the registration becomes effective? 1/9/2020. Sorry, 1/9/2012. Sir, meantime we purchased the Noida building. Yes, sorry, Noida land. Please exclude from the valuation. Now, Gorgon related, whichever is higher, 120. Which value we have to take? 120 lakh we have to take for valuation of assets. Now shares. Types of shares quoted. Happy ra, why ra? If it is unquoted, we have to check the balance sheet of that company. What is that? Balance sheet of that company. Please take quoted. Yes, sir. They are given the purchase date. No, I don't want to check the purchase date. Which date I have to check? Merger date. That is only valuation. Open market value they are given. And in BSE quoting done date also they are given. Can you tell me what value we have to take? Trading related rates. Now, what is that? Average. Can you tell me average of these two? How many shares are there? 5,000. Per share 310. Now 5,000 shares are there. Please remember that. Tell me total. 15 lakh. Now preference shares unlisted. Happy ra. Equity if they are given, I have to check the balance sheet of B Limited. They are given preference. That's why which value other than equity? Open market value given 180. Yeah, the rate of 180 each but we haven't 2,000. Tell me total. 3 lakh 60. 3,60,000. Now, sir, that means they are given this open market value as per the merchant banker report. Happy. Next, liabilities all liabilities 120 Can you tell me all liabilities book value we have to take? We have to exclude some assets. We have to exclude. What are the assets we have to exclude? Corpus, provision, resource. Total 12 plus 8 plus 18. 38. So please exclude the 38 from the total book value. How much 82. So now fair market value of assets. Take calculator. What are the assets we have? 2 lands, 1 land excluded and 120 lakh. Please type the total lakhs. 120 lakhs. Plus equity shares related quoted 15 lakh 50,000. 15 lakh 50,000. Next preference shares related 3 lakh 60,000. 3 lakh 60,000. Liabilities please reduce 82 lakh. 82 lakh. So now accredited income is 57 lakh. Yes, 57 lakh. How much 10,000. Yes, we calculated on calculator a same amount we got. But you have to show all the valuations properly. On this we have to apply 34.944%. Yes, sir. But you have to rounding off to nearest multiples of 10. I think you will get an 19,95,005 302. 302 that should be rounded off to 300. Yes, sir. Please check. They are taken the First, Noida related note point. This is not at all considered their return. And Gurgaon related open market value or stamp duty value, whichever is higher, note point their return. Next, quoted, we have to take average rate, note point given. Unquoted related equity shares, no preference shares. What is that? Open market value. Liabilities also, we have to exclude these liabilities from the valuation. They are saying under yes. Assets total they identified, liabilities total minus only what accredited income 1 crore 39 lakh 10,000 minus 82 lakh, you will get how much 57 lakh. This is only what accredited income 57 lakh 10,000. Sir, without writing the note points, if you consider the values, you will not get marks. Easy or difficult? Easy. But if you are getting any tension feelings etc by way of looking these tables, then we can't do anything. If they are given the more and more information, then answer solving is very easy. But here by the time of valuation of the assets, 5 assets we have to exclude. That you have to remember in detailed manner, then only you can exclude the Noida land. Similar question we have an yes, that is on question number 21. This is also what exit tax related. In CA final, these questions they are given recurringly for 14 marks. Now, serving poor. A charitable trust registered under section 12AB, they got merged on which date 1/4/2024 with the registered or unregistered unregistered only. Now they are required to pay the exit tax. Now what is that valuation date? What is that valuation date? 1/4/2024. Now, so they are given the assets and liabilities of this serving poor given to what new entity. So they appointed the registered valuer and he valued the assets and liabilities and they are calculating the tax liability. Now we are required to calculate which tax liability? Exit tax liability. Okay. Now first asset land given stamp duty value 15 lakh, open market value 17 lakh, book value 20 lakh. Can you tell me open market value, stamp duty value, whichever is higher? Finally we have to take what 17 lakh for the valuation of the land. Now remember, students can confuse. Yes sir. Here trust immovable properties we are valuing at what open market value or SDV, whichever is higher. But in unlisted equity shares computation, this company immovable property required to be valued at what fair market value. Don't confuse with that point. Okay. So this is an definitely you have to remember, if this is an unlisted equity shares valuation, we have to take the company balance sheet and we have to do the valuation. Now, so we are in this question. Yes. Next one. 75,000 equity shares are there. Listed or unlisted? Listed. If it is unlisted, you have to do what? Company balance sheet you have to take. Okay. Then you have to take average. Lowest also given, highest also given. Please take the 75 plus 85 divided by 2 into 75,000 shares. 75 plus 85 divided by into yes 75,000 total value 60 lakh. Now preference shares are there, thank God. Where if they are given the equity, then they are required to give the balance sheet of the company also. Okay. Now what is that value? Open market value we have to take. Can you tell me what is that? 44 lakh. Corpus fund exclude. Liabilities valuation, we have to exclude corpus fund, we have to exclude for provision, and outside liabilities how much 90 lakh. Liabilities in respect of various bills, that's okay. How much 6? Total valuation of the liabilities will be 96 lakh. Provisions, contingent liabilities, uncertain liabilities related provision, reserves, corpus fund we have to exclude. Remaining liabilities how much 96. Can you tell me assets total how much you got? 17 lakh plus 60 lakh plus 44 lakh minus 96 lakh. You will get an accredited income 25 lakh. On that accredited income, you are required to pay the 34.944. Yes, ma? 8,73,600. Done. But remember how we are doing the fair market value of assets, land which value, unquoted quoted equity shares, unquoted preference shares, liabilities valuation, you have to show as a working note. Whatever we are discussed as of now, these are all we have to know. Clear? Yes. Remaining registration procedure I will take in next session. Hello. Yes, ma. Please check, ma. So now first we can complete the trust registration procedure. How many regimes are there previously? 1/10/2024 before we have two regimes. Now only one regime. Which regime, ma? Second regime continuing. First regime is discontinued. Okay. Now registration procedure, simply I will say, okay, don't think much about the registration, because first procedure and timelines available for exemption under which section, ma? 12AB. Do you know anything about 12AB background, ma? 12AB background. Before we have 12AA. Registration procedure under second regime needs to be conducted under 12AA. So that is changed into what, ma? 12AB. 12AA converted into what, ma? 12AB. Okay. Give me 1 minute. Now, easy, case, first case. Read this first case, re-registration, not first time registration, ma? Re-registration. Sir, what do you mean by the re-registration, ma? Previously, they got registration under 12A or 12AA. Before what, ma? 1/4/2021. Ma, before 1/4/2021 registration procedure under 12A, 12AA is there. But now, on or after 1/4/2021, ma, drastic changes are happened in the registration procedure. Which section they introduced, ma? 12AB. So that's why whatever the registration you got earlier, now you have to take a re-registration under which section, ma? 12AB. Yes, sir. Just time limits, if you remembered also no problem, not remembered also no problem, but you need to learn the concept. What is that? Before we have 12A, 12AA. All of this sudden 1/4/2021, that means after COVID. Yes, sir. Many frauds are involving in the trust and charitable and religious as well as institution. That's why they stringent the registration procedure by using which section, ma? 12AB. Now, what is the time limit for making the re-registration application, ma? Please remember. Ma, April 2021. 1/4/2021. Yes, sir. Within how many months, ma? 3 months. Sir, when they are given the new registration section number 1/4/2021 on or after. So that's why after 3 months you have to make an what, ma? Application. What is the form number, ma? 10A. In form number 10A, all registered entities earlier, now they want to apply for the new registration under 12AB. Within how many months, ma? 1/4/2021. That means April, May, June. Okay, we made an application, Who required to pass the order of the registration, ma? PCIT or CIT. Now they will pass the registration under which section? 12AB, because this is a new section. Now, what is the time limit they will take? Remember, ma? Application made, whenever you are making an application, within how many months, ma? 3 months from the end of the month. Ma, just read it out. Automatically, after that completion of this section, the same time limits will be there for all. You have to make an application within 3 months. Application made month ending within 3 months, they are required to pass the order. Now, this point important. How many years, whatever the registration now granted is effectively, validity period, ma? 5 years. Once trust got registration, they haven't thinking of this is a lifetime registration. No. Just registration, whatever granted, that is valid for how many years? 5 years only. After 5 years, you have to apply for again. Based on this 5 years activity, they can grant the registration or they can reject the registration also. Sir, within these 5 years, we haven't freedom of doing anything. No, they can cancel the registration at any time. Already we discussed the provision. If any provisions contravene, not trust not run as per the objectives also, misutilizing the funds, on that cases, CIT can grant the, they can cancel the registration. Ma, 2010 I got registration. Now, what is the procedure for conversion? You need to make an application after 1/4/2021 within 3 months. After making application within 3 months, they will give an order of what, ma? Registration. How many years? 5 years. Now, whatever the registration now they are given, it is valid from 5 years they are given. 5 years shall be counted from which year? Assessment year in which registration was earlier granted. Sir, in our example, we discussed 2010, we taken registration. From that date only, registration is effectively there. So now they are given the registration freshly in this year, but the registration effectively from which date? Old registration date. Next, after 5 years, what we are required to do? Renewal we have to do. But just this procedure, remember, old trust are required to re-register under 12AB. Now after 5 years of the period, yes sir, they are required to what ma? Renewal. Okay, here one point I said renewal. Here one more point, right? With effect from which date? 1/10/2024. What is the 1/10/2024 ma? They discontinued the first regime. So now approval of trust as well as what ma? Institution already registered under 12AB or the section. Yes sir, but the 5 years registration period what ma? Expired. There is no line ra. This is a continuation only. Don't think about it. Sir, whatever that regime also, now they are required to apply. Even first regime I got registration, 5 years expired. Second regime I got registration, 5 years expired. Now I have to get a renewal under which regime? Second regime only, because first regime discontinued. Yes sir, can you tell me when we are required to make application ma? At least 6 months prior to the expiry. In which form number ma? 10AB. Sir, this is a point. Sir, I know when my 5 years time will expire. At least 6 months before you are required to make what ma? Application. Which form number? 10AB. So then what is the time period they will take ma? 6 months from the end of the month in which application was what ma? Received. So directly they will give one. No, they will check the genuineness of all last 5 years activities. Now they will give the, yes, remember, if they are satisfying, they will give an order. If they are not satisfying, what they will give a rejection. Sir, how to give the renewal? Simply last 5 years already the trust in operation. We will check all the activities. If genuine, we can give the registration for 5 more years. Sir, every 5 years, this is only continuous procedure for the trust. But remember, re-registration time, application made month ending 3 months. Here, application received month ending 6 months. Next, sir, why here we have less time? Sir, re-registration means already registration is there. They are converting into news point. That's why 3 months is enough to give order. But here we want to check the genuineness of the already conducted activities. So that's why 6 months time is required. Renewal also how many years we can give ma? 5 years. Now the renewal will be effective from what ma? Application made year. Whenever you are making an application making year, relevant assessment year, from that year that is valid. No need to remember last column, to be honest. Totally also not required, but MCQ, if anything is there, you have to know about the process also. Next. First I want to tell you last point. Last point. This is a provisional registration. Please write it down. Provisional registration. Babu, no adige oksa doubt, please listen. Provisional registration. My first time applications. Today only I want to start the orphanage home. Can I get registration immediately? No. They want to check the some months transaction of your trust. That's why provisional registration they will grant. Remember, what is a provisional registration form number? 10A. At least 1 month prior to commencement of the previous year relevant to the assessment year. That means at least 1 month prior to the previous year for which registration you want, you have to apply. So example, previous year 24-25 I want to get registration. At least before that previous year 1 month you have to make an application in form 10A. How many months they will take? Just 1 month only. Why? Here that is a provisional registration. No need to verify anything also. Remember, without detailed inquiry we can give the provisional registration. Application made within 1 month from application made month ending 1 month we can give the registration. That is what provisional registration. Provisional registration valid for how many years? 3 years. Once registration is given as a final registration, it is valid for 5 years. Provisional registration valid only for 3 years. Yes sir, simply for which assessment year you applied, that is only granted debt. So example, for assessment year 25-26 I applied. So from 25-26 it will happen, it will be valid for 3 years. Once provisional registration time limit expired, okay, I know when this provisional registration will expire also, 3 years time period easily I know. Then you need to convert into what? Final registration. Point number 238, page number, last point. Final registration now. Sir, remember, already provisional registration done. Provisional registration done 3 years related. Now you have to apply for the provisional registration converted in. Remember, at least how many months before they are required to apply? 6 months. At least 6 months before expiry of the 3 years, or 6 months from the commencement of activities, whichever is earlier. Why they are given the two things? If your activities commenced, they can verify your activities. Yes, ma. Remember, within 6 months of commencement of activities, sir, for last 1 year back, I commenced my activities. Yes, I can apply. Or at least 6 months before expiry of the 3 years, whichever is earlier. What is the form number, ma? 10AB. Sir, how many months time they will take, ra? Ma, same point is applicable, ra. 6 months time. Why? Detailed inquiry is required. Ma, whatever this point is there applicable for this also. Simply, when they can convert the provisional registration into final registration, ma, the 3 years activities also or 6 months activities also after detailed inquiry, they can reject or they can give the order. Application received, month ending, how many months, ma? 6 months. Once registration given, how many years it will be valid, ma? 5 years. After 5 years, what we are required to? Again, we have to renewal. Again, we have to renewal. Next. Sir, just I will tell you. As of now, I want to apply new registration. Will they give final registration or provisional, ma? Provisional. Remember, I will tell you total summary, right? Easily you can understood. Sir, newly, forget about the old entities, etc. Newly, I want to get a registration under second regime. I need to make an application. Will they give the final registration or provisional, ma? Provisional only. Without detailed inquiry or detailed inquiry? Without detailed inquiry, they will give what is the form number? 10A. Many students are thinking, sir, how to remember? Only we have two forms only here. 10A, 10AB. Provisional registration related, we can apply for 10A. Yes, remember? Detailed inquiry is not required. That's why application made month ending within 1 month they can give. It is valid for how many years? 3 years. Forget about last, that is not required. Last column is not required. So new registration I want to take under second regime. I need to make an application. Yes, sir. Application made must be prior to 1 month to the previous year in which you want to get a registration. 24-25 I want to get registration. At least 1 month prior you can apply. Without making detailed inquiry, they can give what registration, that is a provisional. Sir, okay, I know provisional registration is valid up to 3 years. Then what is the process of converting into provisional to final? Simply I need to make an application in which form number? 10AB. Sir, when I need to make an apply? Simple. 6 months prior to your registration expired. What is the provisional registration expires? Or within 6 months of commencement of your activities, whichever is earlier. How many months they are required to take? Nearly 6. What is the reason? They have to check the inquiry of all the last year's activities. Either they can give the order or they can reject also. But application received month ending to 6 months. Once they are given the final registration, it is valid for how many years? 5 years. Now, I want to talk about the old entities now. New entities are over. First provisional, then after final. Final given for how many years? 5 years. After 5 years, what they are required to do? Renewal. If you are applying for renewal, what is the form number? 10AB. Renewal also, final registration also, 10AB. So detailed inquiry here also required. Last 5 years activities they will check. If they are satisfied, they will give or reject. Remember, how many months before we have to make an application? Final registration 5 years. Before 6 months you can apply. At least 6 months before the registration expires. How many months they will take? 6 months. How many years they will give you again renewal? 5 years. Now, I will talk about the old entities. Old entities are taken registration under 12A or 12AA. Now they are required to convert into 12AB. Within how many months? 3 months from the 1/4/2021. Because 1/4/2021 only they given the 12AB. How many months? Here just 3 months. Why? No need to check anything. Simply old registration we given. Mandatorily we have to convert into new. So that's why just 3 months. So application made month ending to 3 months. How many years valid? 5 years. After 5 years, renewal. Clear? No. So just I want to tell you, if you understood this, no need to buy hatra. Sir, before exam, many students are asking, sir, please tell me summary. It is impossible to tell the total summary in 2 minutes or 1 minute. But if you know about the basic things in the previous, now we can write the summary simple. Shall we try? Okay. No need to write it down. Just listen. Whatever we know already, that is only I am presenting in a simplified form. But now we are getting registration under which regime? Second regime or first regime? Second regime. Right? What is the section present? 12AB. Okay. Here I am classifying all the registrations into 2. One is what? Newly registrations required. Yes, sir. Newly, if any registrations required. Next question, Already registered under which sections, ma? Already registered under section 12A or 12A. So now first we'll talk about this. What they are required to do, ma? Re-registration. Now they are required to apply under 12AB. So now I can give the name as an what, ma? Re-registration. Re-registration. So now only you can do the summary and etc. Before examination we can't do any. Ma re-registration we have to make. Yes sir. Within how many months, sir? 3 months. 3 months from which month, ma? 1/4/2021. Remember, new registration. Yes sir. First we can talk about the application time. Okay, for everything also we'll write in a one way. What is that, ma? Application. Application. In which form, ma? Form number 10A. Form number what, ma? 10A. Within how many months, ma? Please give me time, ma. Within 3 months from 1/4/2021. Now, order date. That means registration order how many months, ma? 3 months. Detailed inquiry is not required. Within 3 months. Now from month end. In which application made? In which application made? In which application made or received? Made only. Next, ma? How many years? Validity. Simply we can write what, ma? Validity. How many years, ma? 5 years. So this points is enough, No one can know about these things, Trust definitely one MCQ they are given, cut and close, lastly. Re-registration done, Now, ma re-registration after expiring, then what we are required to do, ma? Renewal. Okay, we can discuss about renewal after some time. Now fresh registration we want, fresh registration. So fresh registration if want means first they will give provisional registration or final, ma? Provisional registration. Ma definitely, many old practicing persons doesn't know about this provision. Sir, SSC sir wants to establish the trust rigorously, because they want to do the frauds, etc. If you are giving the promise of giving the final registrations and etc., it will not work out in the 12AB. They will not at all giving the final registration. Just they will give you provisional registration only. During provisional registration also you can claim exemptions, but always total income tax department eyes on you only regarding usage of funds, etc. Now, ma, what is that application, Now just okay, I will give you time, if you want to copy, just listen first. If you are saying the changes, all the things on your own, then it easily you can remember for more time, So what is that form number? 10A only. Now, within how many months we are required to make an application, ma? Remember, 1 month prior to the commencement of the previous year in which you are sought registration. That means I want to get registration for 24-25. What is that starting day of the previous year? 1/4/2024. At least 1 month prior to that year you have to apply. Shall we write it down, Sorry. Application, ma? Can you tell me application? Within 1 month prior to 1 month prior to previous year in which previous year for which we want registration. For which we want what, ma? Registration. It will take time now, but after it can be saved a lot of time. For which registration required. Done. Order. Can you tell me how many months, ma? Here 1 month only, because they want to verify also. They don't know what to verify, because just you are starting. Just 1 month. Can you tell me after 1 month application made? The same. After 1 month after making an application, can you tell me detailed inquiry is there or no? No. No inquiry. Simply no detailed inquiry. Ma, whatever that registration given, how many years it will be valid, ma? Provisional registration 3 years. How many years it will be valid, ma? 3 years. Done, all of you? Yes. Application, order, validity. Application, order, validity. Done. Of provisional registration, once you got, you have to convert that provisional registration into what ma? Final registration. But already, whoever already registered, they got final registration only. Re-registration means that is a final registration only. So now, final registration, now we want to get. Shall we discuss about the final registration? Yes. What is the final registration form number, ma? Please check it out. Final registration form number 10AB. Please tell me what is that application date? Sorry, application form number, ma? 10AB. 10AB. Now, application, remember, 6 months before registration expires. At least 6 months before provisional registration expire, or 6 months commencement of activities, whichever is earlier. Yes, I can write it on, ma. 6 months prior to expiry of what registration, ma? Expiry of provisional registration. Provisional registration, or within 6 months of commencement of activities. Commencement of activities, whichever is what, ma? Lower. Lower, earlier. So application clarity we got. Now they are required to pass the order. Yes, here how many months time we can take, ma? 6 months, because detailed inquiry is required. 6 months from the end of the month application received, ma. As of now we discussed application made month ending, yes, 1 month or 3 months. Now application received, so within 6 months from month end, in which, please tell me, ma, in which application received. Application received. Remember, detailed inquiry will be there here. Detailed inquiry is there here. Once a registration is given, that is valid for how many months? Validity, how many, ma? 5 years. Ma, done all of you up to now? Now, ma, here after 5 years, what they are required to do, ma? Renewal. Here also after expiry of how many years? 5 years, they are required to do what, ma? Renewal. Now renewal is both for the already registered also, newly registered also. Are you understood? First provisional renew means, then after final. Already they got what, ma? Registration, but now they are re-registered. That is also 5 years. Now renewal is same. Now we can discuss the renewal for both the things once on. Ma, now I am writing the renewal for that what, ma? Both the things. Both means nothing but who got in final registration or what, ma? Re-registration. After expiry of 5 years, they are required to do what, ma? Renewal. Now we can discuss the what, ma? Renewal. How many? Yes, we can straight away write the renewal. Renewal of what, ma? Registration. Sir, only point is procedure. Old forms, how they got registration. New forms, how? Forms means nothing but trust here. So renewal of registration, ma. Now please tell me now application. What is that form number, ma? Renewal related 10AB. Renewal related what, ma? 10AB. Yes, sir. Application, ma. 6 months before, 6 months prior to, 6 months prior to expiry of what, ma? Expiry of what, ma? 5 years validity period. Validity period. Nothing but if you are observing that here also validity will expire in 5 years. Here also 5 years. At least 6 months before. Yes, sir. You have to apply for the renewal. So next one, ma. What is that order, ma? Detailed inquiry is required or not? Yes, detailed inquiry is required, ma. So that's why 6 months time. What is that, ma? 6 months time. Here also how many months time, ma? Within 6 months from month end, in which 6 months within 6 months from month end in which application received. Again we can give the renewal also for how many years? 5 years. Validity nothing but what, ma? 5 years. Provisional registration form number, can you tell me? 10A. Within how many months, ma? 1 month prior to the registration for which year you are required, you are applied. So next, within how many months they are required to pass the 1 month from the month ending in which application made. How many years valid? 3 years. So before expiry of these 3 years, how many months, ma? 6 months before or within 6 months of commencement of activities in form number 10AB, you are required to make application for final registration. After detailed inquiry, application received month ending to within 6 months, we are required to give the what, ma? Final registration. So nothing but already converted. Now, what is that, ma? Renewal of registration done. Ma, renewal for all, old also, new also, same. After 5 years, what we are required to do? Same thing, renewal. But remaining 2 are there. Yes, remaining 2 are there. Please tell. My exit tax point, I discussed this. If any trust changed its objectives, they are required to apply for fresh registration. If fresh registration not applied also or fresh registration rejected also, they are required to pay exit tax. Okay, trust adopted the yes sir modification of objectives. Now they are required to apply for the what, ma? Fresh registration. Within how many months, ma? This is an emergency. That's why they are given from the date of adoption of modification within 30 days apply for fresh registration in form number 10AB. Here also what, ma? Detailed inquiry is required within 6 months from the end of the month in which your application received. Yes, they can reject or they can accept. Now how many years they can give? Again 5 years. Shall we write it down, ma? What is that, ma? Fresh registration in case of modification of objectives. Ma, you understood first of all? Fresh registration when, ma? If objectives modified. Okay, sir, here simply I want to copy and paste. Okay, I want to use the copy and paste option. But what are the changes you are required to tell? What is that application form, ma? 10AB. But within how many days? Within 30 days. Emergency, yes, within 30 days of date of modification. Yes, ma? Ma, remember here one point we not written, ma? Detailed inquiry is there or not? Yes. So detailed inquiry means nothing but they will verify is accepted, they can renew the registration or they can reject also. Here also what, ma? Detailed inquiry. How many years we can give the registration, ma? 5 years. So maybe you can think, sir, how to remember? After recalling all these things, maybe you can remember provisional registration for 3 years, final registration 5 years. After that, we want to go for renewal. That is also will give you 4 or 5 marks in your exam also. That also you can get 4 or 5. Others don't know about that registration validity. Now you know something, provisional and final difference. And one more thing. Now we are discussing the second regime or first regime, second. Then we are required to read the first regime also, remember. But in the place of trust, we have to place institution. There is no change in that applications also, dates also. Clear? Now, one more, last one. This is the last one only. This is only registration procedure. Now, this one we have to discuss. Then after we can go to that other points also. Revive inoperative registration. Sir, if any trust registration already taken, but that now that registration is inoperative, not in operation. Now we want to revive. How we can get the revival? Making fresh application in which form number, 10AB. Yes, remember, if you want to take an operative, okay, which assessment year to which you want to make an operative, that's 6 months prior to that assessment year, you have to make application. Detailed inquiry will be there. Application received within that month and 6 months. And how many years we can give, 5 years. The same thing, what is the form number? 10AB. What is the heading we can give, revival of the trust. Revival of what, trust. Sir, if any word in exam, like if you are seeing the revival, remember, so already that is in an operative. Now we are reviving the trust. So what is that application, 10AB, right? But now I want to know 10A in which cases, 2 cases only, provisional as well as what, re-registration of old. In that only 10A. Remaining all are what, if you are observing, in that cases only, application made month ending 3 months and 1 month. Remaining all are what, application received 6 months. Application received 6 months. Application received 6 months. Next. Revival related and the last pointer, no need to remember anything also. Other than this, please concentrate on this. Revival related, what is that, 10AB. What is that registration application ma? 6 months prior to, how many months ma? 6 months. Prior to 6 months to commencement of what ma? Previous year or assessment year? Assessment year. For which revival required. Next ma, same ra, time period also, order also same. Done ma? 90% of the registration procedure is over ra. Now one question I want to discuss ma. What is the date you have to remember? Please remember ma, 1/10/2023. Remember the date, important. Okay, that means 2 finance acts before we have this amendment. Now also they are asking questions. 1/10/2023. Trust already commenced its activities. Trust already commenced its activities means they running the trust, which not avail the exemption under any regime also as of now before the date of application. Remember here important point, they already commenced activities. They are not taking exemption as of now under any regime also. First regime, second regime. First regime means what ma? 10 subsection 23. See, we refer the subclasses. Now second regime means what ma? Section 11 exemptions. But ma, first time what is the registration we have to take ma? Provisional. But now they are saying no need to apply for the provisional registration. What is the point? Why no need to apply provision? Already activities commenced. That's why you can apply for the final registration at any time. Before that we don't have any option. On or after this date, if you want to get the provisional registration, you can go. But already if activities commenced means we can go for what? Final registration by using 10AB. Reason? They can detailed inquiry also they can do, and they can give the registration valid for 5 years. When we can eligible to apply before the authorities in form number 10AB for final registration ma, if activities are commenced. If activities are not commenced, you required to apply for provisional only under 10A. Are you understood? That means with effect from this date, who are required to go for the provisional registration ma? Who not commenced that activities, they are required to go for the what ma? Provisional registration. What is the date? 1/10/2023. Sir, here we written in summary also. First time I written provisional only. But directly can I jump to the final registration? Yes, when? If activities are commenced. Sir, logic is simple. If activities commenced means they can verify that activities, they can give the final registration. But anyhow, 5 years at once we are renewal time, we can do the detailed inquiry. There is no risk for department also. Why? Provisional 3 years we are giving. Final just extra 2 years. No problem. After completion of 5 years, again they will go for what ma? Renewal. On that time we can do detailed inquiry. Clear up to now? So this is an important. You can get questions also from this. Next, ma, what are the clauses? Read the clauses. 10 subsection 23 4 5 6 6A. Can I open first this chapter? I think we discussed first. Can you tell me what are the entities required to register? These are all or not required to register. You know, some conditions are satisfied. Which entities are required to go for registration ma? 10 subsection 23 C 4 5 6 6A. They are only required to go for registration under which regime ma? First regime. But now they are also required to get registration under second regime. Why? First regime discontinued. Which only, can you tell me what ma? Charitable and religious. And educational institution, medical institution, aggregate annual receipts exceeds what ma? 5 crore. And both activities are there combinedly. We have to check individually ma? Combinedly. Do you remember? Now in this also registration required for these institution. So that's why in registration procedure clearly I mentioned the, yes sir, that institutions names only ma. 10 subsection 23 4 5 6 6A ma. Simple. Reapproval means nothing but what ma? Registration place we have to use the approval. Before we have an what ma? 12A 12AA. Now that is converted into what ma? 12AB. Like that also 1/4/2021 before any registration is there, they are required to take the re-registration application ma within 3 months. Summary you can check and tell me. Please open the summary if you written. Please check. Next one ma, Within how many months, ma? 3 months they are required to give the order within the application received. Valid for how many years? 5 years. Ma, same time limit. There is no change also. Instead of registration, approval you can use. Instead of trust, institution. There is no change. Here also provisional registration form 10AA without detailed inquiry they can give. Yes sir. Within how many months we have to make, ma? 1 month. Within 1 month they are also will give the what, ma? Registration. But registration valid for how many years, ma? 3 years. But there is no change. There is no change in the even periods also. Just what we are required to do, ma? We have to change the registration in place approval. Trust place what, ma? Institution. That is only the change you are required to make. Compared to that what, ma? First regime, second regime. So second regime is still continued. First regime discontinued from which, ma? October. For previous year. That means for our examination we have to remember the date 1/10/2024. Before we have only what, ma? Both the regimes we have. But on or after that date only we have a second regime. Next time. Ma, this point here also there. 1/10/2023. Already if activities commence directly we can go for the what, ma? 10AB without applying in what, ma? 10A. That means directly you can apply for the final registration without going for the provisional registration. Are you understood, ra? Now this is an amendment point, ra. Already you know already. What is that, ra? Finance Act 2024. Now no renewal of applications or anything under which regime, ma? First regime. They are required to go for which regime, ma? Second regime only. So done, ra. Registration procedure totally done. Now we have to refer pending 2 questions in this chapter. You can verify also. I think these 2 questions only pending, ra. Question number, ma? 11. Okay. Yes, 11 and 12 we can read, ra. First we can read the 12, ra. Are you understood the registration procedure? I am expecting one MCQ from this, ra. That's why I am explaining. Students, many are asking about, sir, how we can remember the entire table. If you are invested the time, you can remember. Provisional registration 3 years, final registration 5 years, renewal also 5 years. When we have to apply, in which form number, when they will give the order. That is only required. Yes, even after class also, while you are revising, at least you have to practice one time. Now, question number 12. Now, please read the question number 12. Help all trust created 1st April 2023 for providing relief of poor. Applied registration on 12AB on 28th February 2024. Commissioner denied the registration on the ground they are not commenced any activities. Even though not commenced activities also, they are required to give what, ma? Provisional registration. Okay. But remember, which he could not satisfy himself about the genuineness of trust. Why AO not given the registration, ma? Because assessing officer not satisfied about the, or commissioner, sorry. Commissioner not satisfied about the genuineness of activities. Now, is the ground denial of registration by the Commissioner of Income Tax you can justify? No. Why? This is a provisional registration. In provisional registration, there is no detailed inquiry also. Can you tell me provisional registration application form number 10A within how many months, ma? 1 month. Sorry, prior to 1 month for the which previous year we required to get what, ma? Registration. Within how many months they can give the order also? 1 month from the month ending in which we made an application. How many years valid, ma? 3 years. That is only question, right? So justified or not justified, ma? Not justified. In new regime, in new registration regime, he can't deny the registration on the ground not commenced. Sir, new registration regime means 12AB. Commissioner can make the detailed inquiries only when applies if conversion of the provisional into what, ma? Final. When detailed inquiry is required, ma? When converting the provisional to final, then they can do the detailed inquiry. Just if I am applying for provisional registration, we can't do anything. This is only new feature added in the 12AB new regime. Before 12A, 12AA, there is no provisional and final concepts. Here only they introduced. Clear? So remember, trust seeking the registration for first time, provisional registration will be provided within 3 years without detailed inquiry. For how many years we can give the provisional registration, ma? 3 years. Easy or difficult? If you know concept, it isn't very easy. One more question, you can test your knowledge in the registration procedure of trust. Last question, we can conclude the trust chapter now. Now, remember, a public trust has commenced its activities of relief of poor. Ma, remember, commencement of activities done, na? What are the things are done, ma? Commencement of activities are done. Now, in which year, ma? 23-24 only done. Now, trust intends to claim the benefits of these 2 sections, ma? They approached you in an October 24. So can you tell me what is the date ma? 1/10/2024. Trust. So nothing but what ma? They advise the trust to time limit for making an application for registration, time limit granted by the PCIT, and the period for which approval is granted. That is nothing but they are asking everything. When you have to make an application, in which form number, when they will give you registration, and for how many years it will be valid. Now ma, first time they are going for registration. Provisional or final? Final. Here final. Why? Already they commenced activities. Already they commenced what ma? Activities. Yes, in this clearly I given. From which date ma? 1/10/2023. Yes, here October 1/10/2024 you are. Already commenced activities means directly you can make an application in 10AB. 10A is not required for you. Because they can check the what are the activities already we commenced, based on that they can give the registration. Yes, here remember, okay, when we are required to make an application, first time registration simply within 1 month for the previous year, within 1 month before the previous year starts. Next, how many? So remember, registration. So now registration online, not offline, online registration. What is the form number? 10AB. Why ma? We are going for final because commencement of activities are done. On or after which date we can go for the final registration? 1/10/2023. Yes, 1/10/2023 on or after, already commencement of activities are done. So that's why directly we can go for final registration. Remember, final registration at any time after commencement of activities you can apply. They are required to give within the 6 months from the end of the month. They are receiving the application. If they can give the order or they can reject the order also, depends upon satisfaction. How many years valid? 5 years. Difficult or easy? Easy only. At least you have to refer once during revision time. Before examination I can't say how you can revise everything, but during the revision you have to refer these concepts also. Now trust chapter done. This date you have to remember. What is the date ma? 1/10/2023. If activities are commenced, directly final registration, provisional registration not required. And the summary also you have to remember for long time. So that's end with the trust chapter. Tomorrow we can discuss remaining. You can take a long break or you can do revisions also.